All right, welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of August 13th. Just a few housekeeping items before we start. If you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phone to off. And please note that all the council meetings are now being live streamed, recorded, and retained. All personal information collected will be managed in accordance with the ATIA, the Access to Information Act. And with that, I will start with introductions first. I'll start with Margaretta, please.
Good morning, Margaretta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Good morning, Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Greg Harris, Division 2 Counselor.
Good morning, Jennifer Letts, Division 7 Counselor.
Good morning, Alan Miller, Division 3 Counselor.
Good morning, Angela Albers, Division 5 Counselor in Reeve.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Division 6 Counselor.
Good morning, Tiffany Nixon, Division 4 Counselor.
Good morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Counselor.
Good morning, Laura Campmans, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, Mariah Schnell, Planner.
Good morning, Jessica Ross, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. Morning, Shelley French, Communications.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have an agenda in front of us. Are there any additions to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none. So just before we adopt the agenda, just a couple of information items. So with council's permission under agenda item 8.1 and 8.2, we are short-staffed a bit on the left-hand side today, and so we will have someone from operations. We will have Alvin joining us from operations for after lunch. So with council's permission, I would request that we move those two agenda items until after lunch so that we have administration in the house that can answer any questions that council may have. Okay, so with that then, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Nixon. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And also as part of the council agenda, we do have two delegations, and we're very excited for our first delegation at 5.1, and that is the Family Farm Award with the Unger family joining us today. We're excited about that. And we do also have as 5.2, the Crown Prosecutor's office is joining us at 11:30. So wherever we are in the council agenda, we will try and ensure that we can accommodate that delegation at 11:30. So we always love to start off the day with some celebrations, and this is extremely exciting. So we'll move on to agenda item 5.1. And this is the presentation to the Unger family for the 2025 BMO Farm Family Award. It's my honor to read a little bit of a blurb here for the Unger family. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome the Unger family to council this morning as we recognize them as Mount V County's 2025 BMO Farm Family Award recipients. This is a special honor and one that is not just about farming success. It's about values, it's about commitment, legacy, and the community. The Unger's journey started here almost a century ago. In 1930, Albert and Mary Unger made their way to the Reed Ranch area east of Olds with their young daughters, Albert's parents, and a dream for a better life. Albert had served in the First World War as a German soldier, and after spending a few years in Saskatchewan, he heard that land was available in this area where his brothers had already settled. When Albert passed away unexpectedly in 1945, it was his 17-year-old son, Harry, who took over the farm. At an age where most are still finishing high school, Harry stepped up, and it left a lasting impression on him. He saw firsthand what it meant for a community to come together and to support one another. That experience shaped the way he lived the rest of his life, with a deep sense of duty, generosity, and a connection to those around him. Harry went on to build a life with Verna, and together they grew the family farm and raised 3 children, Lauren, Mark, and Marla. For decades, Harry and Verna worked side by side, raising cattle, growing crops, and most importantly, raising a family rooted in the same values that they'd inherited. The operation evolved over time from oats and barley to wheat and canola, and eventually both Lauren and Mark joined the family farm full-time. Today, the family runs 2 separate businesses, but they still share equipment, helping each other through the busy seasons and working together. the way that that only a strong farm family can. Even into his 90s, Harry remained deeply interested in the farm, always eager for updates, offering advice, and staying connected to the daily happenings. He passed away early this year at the age of 97, leaving behind a remarkable legacy built not only on the land, but through the strength of his family and community. The Ungers have never just been farmers. They've been community builders. For nearly 95 years, every generation has contributed their time and energy in meaningful ways, whether through the church, school councils, agriculture boards, coaching, teaching, or local community organizations. Their story is one of resilience, rooted in faith, in family, and in service, and stands as a powerful example of how values passed down through generations can shape not only just a farm, but an entire community. Today, on behalf of Council and the residents of Mountain View County, it is an honor to present the Unger family with this plaque, recognizing them as our 2025 BMO Farm Family Award recipients. So please, everyone can join me in congratulating the Unger family. And so I'd like to invite the Unger family to come forward if they have any remarks that they would like to say. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot.
Well, I know, Jeff told me about 5 minutes ago, but, has anyone ever been misquoted by the media in this room?
Never, never.
Anyway, there's been a little bit of that with the Farm Family Award, but no, yeah, I mean, you pretty much read everything that I was gonna say anyway. It's really, the award's about, my grandparents having the vision and to leave Germany in between wars, to come to a new country, to Canada, and then to end up in Alberta and to end up in Mountain View County, which is, I kind of think is probably the best county in Alberta. And then my dad for having the passion that he had to farm and he got thrown under the bus at a young age. And we got that passion from him. And lastly, really it's about my mom. Dad worked, mom was the glue that kept the house going, the family going. The canning, everything that she did to keep us, keep our family together. So it's really about women getting acknowledgement on the farm, because they don't really, a lot of times, because they're there, but they don't get so I'd like to dedicate this to my mom, and thank you all very much. Thanks.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you. And so I would like at this time to allow Councillor Lutz to present the award, as we all dry our tears a little. Thank you. And then if it would be all right, we'd like to take a few photos after as well. So thank you, Councillor Lutz. Shelley, where would you like us? So Shelley's the coordinator and tells us what to do. Okay, thank you for that. We will move right into the adoption of the minutes. We have regular council minutes of July 9th, 2025. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Councillor Lutz.
I was just wondering if you would add, you see Olds Healthcare Committee, can you say year-end wind up? So it doesn't maybe get misconstrued that they're wrapping up? Thank you.
And sorry, Councillor Lutz, can you,
10.2 on council reports. It has Olds Health Committee wind up. Just thought if we added year-end. it
Okay.
might be better.
okay, is there any other changes to the council minutes or any other errors or omissions? No? So could I have a motion to adopt the amended minutes, please? Moved by Councillor Harris. I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, so we will move right into 4.1, and this is the public hearings. Okay, and just before we go into the public hearings, so anyone who wishes to address council as part of the public hearing will have 5 minutes to address council and then potential questions after from council. If you'd like to address council, please step forward to the mic. The mic will be live, and if I could just request that you state and spell your name for the record, just to make sure that we have the minutes of the meeting correct and that we have everything okay. All right, so we will move into 4.1, and this is bylaw number LU 2625. Being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024 affecting the Northeast 833-1 west of the 5th, pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 25th, 2025, and with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation starts on page 25 of the agenda. Garrett Weir is the applicant and landowner. This application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 11.76 acres from Agricultural District A to Residential Farmstead District RF. This slide shows the location map. The subject lands are in the rural community of Natook, approximately 1 mile north of the town of Olds. The next slide shows the Figure 3 growth management conceptual strategy of the MDP and shows that the subject quarter is located within the agricultural preservation area. It is also located just outside of the Olds intermunicipal development plan referral area. The following slide shows the redesignation site sketch. This application is seeking to redesignate an approximate 11.76 acres from Agricultural District to Residential Farmstead District. The subsequent subdivision is looking to create the second title for the quarter. Page 29 of the agenda is the surrounding land use map and shows that the subject quarter is surrounded by mostly agricultural land uses. There are 3 country residential parcels located in the quarters to the northeast and east, as well as a split-zoned parcel in the quarter to the southeast, which contains both agricultural and country residential zoning. There are also several additional residential sites in the surrounding agricultural parcels. 6 of the surrounding quarters contain 2 titles, 1 contains 3 titles, and 1 contains 6 titles. The following slide shows the oil and gas facilities map. There is 1 natural gas pipeline running through the southern side of the quarter within the proposed remainder. There are also Foothills natural gas lines running through the northern side of the quarter that service development in the area. The necessary facility operators were notified during the referral process and did not respond with any concerns. The next slide shows the topography and water map. Eagle Creek runs through the western side of the quarter within the proposed remainder. This creek is also used as a stormwater drainage ditch for the town of Olds. The town was notified during the referral process and did not respond with any concerns. This slide shows the environmental scan map. Alberta Merged Wetland Inventory data notes several potential marsh wetlands within the subject quarter. These potential wetlands are located throughout the quarter surrounding Old Eagle Creek to the west and also scattered throughout the quarter's eastern side. Within the proposal, there is a potential marsh wetland on the western side surrounding the pond. Page 33 of the agenda shows historical aerial images of the subject quarter. The buildings within the proposal are well established and have existed for well over 10 years. The next slide shows soil information for the subject quarter. Canada Land Inventory data notes a mix of Class 1 and 2 soils within the quarter. According to AgriCID, most of the soils have moderate limitations due to temperature, with a small amount of soils having very severe limitations due to drainage. The farmland field sheet notes varying soil capabilities throughout the quarter, with most of the quarter having a farmland assessment rating between 70.5 and 90.9%. There are also some small areas with a farmland assessment rating of 7%. These surround treat areas or potential marsh wetlands. The following slide is the site dimension map showing the proposed farmstead residential parcel. The proposal's boundaries are configured around the existing farmstead and include a small portion of cultivated land in the proposal's southeast corner in order to accommodate a new septic field. The current septic system for the multiplex dwelling units pumps out near the trees of the southern edge of the quarter. The applicant noted that he was aware that septic upgrades would be necessary and consulted a septic contractor who confirmed that this portion of cultivated land would be able to accommodate a septic field. The applicant noted that this portion of cultivated land is hard to turn farm equipment around in anyways and would be better suited to accommodate these septic upgrades. This slide shows views of the proposal's approximate boundaries. Photos A and B show the proposal's approximate south boundary. These two photos also show the portion of cultivated land, which is included in the proposal to accommodate a new septic field. Photo C shows part of the approximate western boundary. Page 37 of the agenda shows more views of the proposal. Photo A looks west along the northern side of the proposal. Photo B looks east and shows the proposal's northeast corner. And photo C looks north, showing a portion of the proposal's front yard. The following slide shows views from the northwest portion of the proposal. Photos A and B show the proposal's approximate western boundary, while photo C looks southeast, showing the proposal's interior. This slide shows development within the proposal. Image A shows photos of the multiplex shop with 2 dwelling units located in its northwest and southwest corners. Photo B shows a shop with a secondary suite. Additional development includes a 3rd shop, 2 RVs, 2 farm buildings, 2 grain bins, a livestock pen with shelter, a tarp shed, and 10 sea cans. The applicant was notified that this number of sea cans exceeds the maximum amount allowed by the land use bylaw. He noted that these sea cans belong to his tenant, who is moving off the property and will take these sea cans with him. The next slide shows the agricultural uses on the proposed remainder. The majority of the remainder is cultivated farmland, although there are portions that remain in a natural state. You can see Eagle Creek running along the left side of photo B. Page 41 of the agenda shows the approach and sightlines for the proposal off Range Road 14. Since Range Road 14 is a paved road, the approach will also need to be upgraded to a hard surface standard. If this application is approved for redesignation and subdivision, this would be addressed by standard condition 2. The next slide shows the approach and sightlines for the remainder off Township Road 332 along the north side of the quarter. This page discusses some of the relevant policies from the municipal development plan. Since the quarter is currently unsubdivided and the farmstead has existed for over 10 years, this application is able to comply with policy 3.3.10. Policy 3.3.11 discusses the size requirements for farmstead separations. These parcels should be a minimum of 2 acres, and a maximum of 9 acres. However, this policy also notes that larger lot sizes may be permitted. This application is proposing a slightly larger 11.76 acres, which encompasses the physical characteristics of the farmstead and provides space for the applicant to construct a new septic field in the proposal's southeast corner. Policy 3.3.12 discusses additional criteria for farmstead separations, which the proposal is able to comply with. The proposal meets the definition of a farmstead, is being proposed from a previously unsubdivided quarter, and has direct access to a county road. Though a small portion of agricultural land is included with the farmstead, this land was necessary to provide room for the septic upgrades. Policy 3.3.23 discusses access. There are existing accesses into both the proposal and the proposed remainder. Should this application be approved, these accesses will be evaluated against county standards through standard condition 2. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this proposal. The proposal is within the parameters described in the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw. During the circulation process, there were no concerns received from referral agencies or adjacent landowners. This proposal complies with the policies of the statutory plan and the regulations of the land use bylaw. This concludes my presentation, and the applicant is available in the gallery if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they would like to provide? Okay, thank you. The applicant waits. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? Seeing none, I'll open the floor to council. Does council have any questions? Councillor Johnson.
Question for planning. Your presentation didn't address dwelling density. And from the information you provided, I understand that there's 3 dwellings attached to the different shops. And I just wondered if you'd speak to dwelling density, please.
Yeah, of course. So I believe the dwelling density is 2, there are 2 attached dwelling units within the one shop, and within the other shop, it is a secondary suite. So in my consultation with our development team, they noted that it would comply with the statutory plans, but maybe I could have Jess speak to that a little later.
Yeah, so there's a provision in the MDP that talks about allowing for legal and non-conforming use, with the second dwelling being allowed on a residential farmstead under 70 acres. And then the suite is not part of density. So secondary suites are not part of the density being considered, and that's why the application complies with policy.
Is there any other questions from council? No? Seeing none, I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
No closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? No, the applicant waits. Thank you. So with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion, please. Councillor Lutz.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw number LU 2625, redesignating the lands within the Northeast 83315.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Councillor Lutz, please.
I further move that council give third reading to bylaw number LU 2625, redesignating the lands within Northeast 83315.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Moving on to agenda item 4.2. This is for bylaw number LU 2925, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024, affecting the Northeast 632.5 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on July 9th, 2025. So with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation starts on page 55 of the agenda. The applicant is Randy Cook, and the landowner is the estate of Ursula H.H. Rose, of which Eric Rose is the executor. The application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 3.38 acres from Agricultural District A to Country Residential District RCR. The next slide shows the location map. The subject lands are located in the rural community of Bergen, approximately 12 kilometers southwest of the town of Sundre. The subject quarter is also within the Bergen Area Structure Plan area. This slide shows the Figure 3 growth management conceptual strategy of the MDP. This map shows that the subject quarter is located within the potential multi-lot residential development area. Page 58 of the agenda shows Figure 6 Bergen land use policy areas from the Bergen Area Structure Plan. This map shows that the subject quarter is located within the ASP's agriculture policy area. The following slide shows the redesignation site sketch. This application is seeking to redesignate an approximate 3.3 acres from agricultural district to country residential district. The subsequent subdivision would be looking to create the second title for the quarter. This slide shows the surrounding land use map and shows that the subject quarter is surrounded by primarily agricultural land uses. All parcels in the adjacent quarter sections are zoned for agricultural use, except for one environmental reserve parcel in the quarter to the west, which is zoned Parks and Conservation District. It is noted that there are several residential sites in the agricultural parcels surrounding the subject quarter. Page 61 of the agenda shows the oil and gas facilities map. Within the proposed remainder, there is one operating natural gas pipeline, one abandoned oil well effluent pipeline, one abandoned oil well, and one suspended crude oil single well battery. These facilities are all well removed from the proposal. The necessary oil and gas facility operators were notified during the referral process and did not respond with any concerns. The next slide shows the topography and water map. There is an unclassified creek running through the western side of the subject quarter. This creek is a tributary of Community Creek, which runs through the quarters to the west and northwest. This unclassified creek is well removed from the proposal, and the agricultural use of the remainder is not intended to change, so there should be minimal environmental impacts from this application. The following slide shows the topography and water map zoomed into the subject quarter. The proposal is relatively flat, with the quarter section sloping gently to the north and west. There is also a drainage ditch located near the center of the quarter, running from the abandoned well site to the creek. The landform of the quarter is considered undulating high relief. This slide shows the environmental scan map. There are no wetlands, historic resources, or environmentally significant areas noted within the subject quarter. This slide shows the site dimension map with the proposed country residential parcel in the quarter's northeast corner. The proposal is located on the periphery of the quarter and surrounds an existing yard site. This yard site contains a few outbuildings, but no permanent dwelling. Page 66 of the agenda shows historical aerial images of the subject quarter. You can see that this yard site and development have existed for many years, and that the proposal has not been farmed alongside the agricultural lands of the remainder. The next slide shows soil information for the subject quarter. Canada Land Inventory data notes that the quarter contains Class 5 soils. According to Agrisid, most of the soils within the subject quarter have severe limitations due to temperature, with a small portion of soils having very severe limitations due to drainage. The farmland field sheet notes that most of the quarter contains soils with a farmland assessment rating between 39% and 43%. There are some lower rated soils surrounding the treed area in the northwest corner, the creek, the drainage ditch, and the abandoned well site. This slide shows the development within the proposal. This development consists of a Quonset, a hay shed, a livestock shelter, a shed, one RV, and a cabin. The applicant noted that this cabin is on skids and is being stored on the property for a friend of the landowner. He noted that it is not a permanent structure and is not actively being used as a residence. Should this application be approved, the applicant noted that this cabin would be removed from the property. This could become a condition of subdivision. The applicant noted that the development within the proposal is not needed to support the agricultural uses on the remainder. He also noted that the Quonset could be utilized as a garage and the hay shed could be used for RV storage to support the proposed residential use. The following slide shows some views of the eastern side of the proposal. Photo A faces northwest from the proposal's southeast corner. Photo B shows a potential location for a future dwelling. Page 70 of the agenda shows views of the proposal's approximate boundaries. Photo A shows the approximate southern boundary. You can see a livestock pen on the left side that will remain with the balance of the quarter. Photo B shows the proposal's approximate western boundary. The following slide shows some views of the proposal's interior. Photo A looks west and shows the driveway and the northern side of the proposal. Photo B shows the southern portion of the proposal and highlights some of the development. The next slide shows some views of the proposed remainder. This is agricultural land that has historically been used for pasture and hay. Photo A looks southwest from the abandoned well site. The trees in the distance indicate the location of the creek, You can see a break in the trees near the center of the photo. This is one of multiple crossing points across the creek, allowing access to the land west of the creek. Photo B faces northwest. The lighter strip of grass indicates the location of the drainage ditch. Photo C looks south from the northeast side of the quarter near the proposal. This slide shows the existing approach and sightlines into the proposal off Range Road 55. The next slide shows the existing approach and sightlines into the proposed remainder, once again off Range Road 55. Page 75 of the agenda discusses agricultural land use policies from the Municipal Development Plan. Since this application is proposing the first parcel out of the quarter, it was evaluated in accordance with Section 3 of the MDP. Policy 3.3.9 notes that non-agricultural uses should minimize impact on agricultural operations, which the proposal is able to comply with. The proposal is located on the periphery of the quarter surrounding an existing yard site and is not taking any productive agricultural lands out of the proposed remainder. The applicant noted that the outbuildings on the proposal were not needed to support the agricultural use on the remainder. Policy 3.3.13 discusses parcel size for country residential parcels, noting that parcel size should be 2 to 3 acres, but that parcels up to 5 acres in size can be considered when necessary to create a reasonable building envelope. This application is proposing a 3.38 acre country residential parcel, which is slightly larger than the recommended size. The applicant noted that this size was necessary in order to include all of the development within the proposal. It was also noted that there are some power poles on the eastern side of the parcel, which could limit the building envelope of a future dwelling. The proposal is configured around an existing yard site that has been out of agricultural production for many years. The proposed boundaries are configured around the development, leaving out a livestock pen on the south side of the yard site and some bare land on the western side of the yard site that could potentially be returned to agricultural production. Both the proposal and the proposed remainder have an existing access to Range Road 55 in alignment with Policy 3.3.23. This page outlines some of the relevant policies from the Bergen Area Structure Plan. This proposal is located within the agriculture policy area, which allows for non-agricultural uses in accordance with Section 7 and 8 of this ASP. Policy 7.3.7 notes that a residential parcel may be allowed as the first parcel out of the quarter. Similarly to the MDP, this policy notes that 2 to 3 acres is the recommended parcel size, although larger lots may be permitted in certain circumstances. As noted in the previous slide, this application is seeking council's consideration to allow for a slightly larger 3.38 acre parcel size. Policy 7.3.4 discusses policies related to low-density residential development. The subject lands are located within the potential multi-lot residential development area of the MDP, and this application is proposing the first parcel out as a 3.3 acre country residential parcel. This complies with the subdivision density regulations and the maximum number of acres allowed from a quarter for residential subdivision, which are outlined in policies 7.3.4A and B. The proposal is located on the periphery of the quarter and is adjacent to an existing residential site in the quarter to the north in compliance with policies 7.3.4D, E, and F. Section 7.6 of this ASP discusses roads, utilities, and access. Both the proposal and proposed remainder have existing accesses to a county road, and should this application be approved, these approaches will be evaluated against the county's approach standards in accordance with Standard Condition 2. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this proposal. The proposal is within the parameters described in the Municipal Development Plan, the Bergen Area Structure Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. During the circulation process, there were no concerns received from referral agencies or adjacent landowners. This proposal complies with the policies of the statutory plans and the regulations of the Land Use Bylaw. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the applicant in the? Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they would like to provide? Thank you. The applicant waves. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? No, and administration is saying we don't have anyone online, so I will open the floor to questions from council. No? Seeing no questions, sorry, Counselor Nixon. Okay, no. Does planning have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? No, the applicant waives. So with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion. And Counselor Nixon.
The council gives second reading to bylaw number LU 2925, redesignating the lands within the northeast 6 of 32, 5 west of the 5th.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Counselor Nixon.
The council give third reading to bylaw number LU 2925, redesignating the lands within the northeast 6 of 32, 5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. So we will move right into 4.3. And this is bylaw number LU 2725, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024, affecting the Northwest 332 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 25th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you. The beginning of the presentation starts on page 98 of this agenda. The applicants and landowners are Terry and Donna Arsby. This application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 13.5 acres from Agricultural District A to Residential Farmstead District. This slide is the location map and shows that the subject lands are in the rural neighborhood of Jackson, approximately 5.5 kilometers west from the town of Carstairs. The next slide is the figure 3 map from the municipal development plan and shows that the subject quarter is within the agricultural preservation area. Page 101 of the agenda is the redesignation site sketch. The application seeking to redesignate these lands to residential farmstead district and surrounds a developed farmstead site. The subsequent subdivision application is seeking to create the second title for the quarter. This slide shows the surrounding land use map. The subject quarter is primarily surrounded by agricultural land. There is one residential lot in the quarter to the west, along with a few smaller agricultural lots to the northwest, northeast, and south. 2 of the neighboring quarters are currently unsubdivided, while 6 contain 2 titles. The next slide is the oil and gas facilities map. You can see there are several facilities that are concentrated in the quarter to the south, which contains the Carstairs natural gas processing plant. Here's a closer look at the subject quarter. It contains 7 abandoned wells, 2 suspended battery sites, and 9 pipelines. The closest facility to the proposal is the operating natural gas pipeline, which is about 90 meters to the east. The application was circulated to all the relevant operators, and we received no comments of concern. As the application seeking to subdivide a developed site, these facilities should have a minimal impact on the proposal. The next slide is the topography and water map for the area. According to AgriSid, the landform for the lands surrounding the proposal is considered hummocky low relief. A tributary to Carstairs Creek bisects the northeast corner of the quarter. However, it is well removed from the proposal area. A closer look at the subject quarter shows that the southwest corner is slightly more elevated, with the land generally sloping to the northeast. The proposal area itself appears relatively flat. Looking at the environmental scan map, you can see that Carstairs Creek and its tributaries are within a Class 2 environmentally significant area. The area also has a potential for historical resources. A closer look at the quarter shows the ESA area within the northeast corner, as well as the areas designated as possibly containing historical resources. During the site visit, it was noted that the unclassified creek is within a valley that has remained in a natural state. The proposal is over 230 meters west of the ESA area. The potential historical resources have a historical resources value of 5, meaning no historical resources approval is needed for this proposal that is a first parcel out subdivision. Looking at the soil data, you can see that the subject quarter contains productive agricultural lands, including the areas of the proposal. The soils with the greatest limitations are in the northeast corner of the quarter surrounding the creek. This slide is the site dimension sketch showing the proposal on the west side of the quarter. The proposed north, south, and east boundaries all follow existing fence lines or shelter belts. The east portion of the proposal includes a farm building used for chickens and a small field. An internal road just north of the proposal provides access to the rest of the quarter. This slide outlines the development history of the subject quarter. In 1998, a second residence was approved and remains on the property. In 2019, a development permit was approved for an agritourism business called the Honest Box. A new permit was approved in 2021 to expand the business. The diagram on this slide shows the proposed new development, including 2 new customer buildings, a commercial kitchen, and 2 cabins for overnight stays, as well as garden tours. The development permit was approved by the Municipal Planning Commission in February 2021. The development permit for this business was approved as a discretionary use under agritourism, which can be considered within agricultural zone properties. The application was supported given the parcel zoning that the business allows for low-intensity agricultural diversification. There were also no concerns or objections during the circulation of that application. The definition for business agritourism is shown on the bottom of this slide. Beginning on page 112 of the agenda are some photos that were taken during the site visit. This slide shows the approximate location of the proposed south boundary. Photo A is a view of the southwest corner of the proposal, which follows an established shelter belt. Photo B looks at the southeast corner where the boundary follows a fence line. This area includes a tarp structure used for chickens. The applicant has noted that the structure needs to be included within the proposal because its water supply comes from the residential farmstead. The next slide provides views of the proposed north boundary. Photo A shows the boundary following existing fence line, but also runs along the southern edge of an internal driveway that's used for accessing the remainder of the quarter. Photo B was taken from the Range Road and shows the northwest corner of the proposal. This slide shows the northeast corner of the proposal area. Photo A shows the northeast boundary, while Photo B shows the undeveloped lands. The applicant provided information about why this area needed to be included within the proposal, as it was following an existing fence line, and the area ensures that there would be a sufficient buffer from the proposed property lines and to the surface discharge septic system located within the trees. Also, given the proximity of the mobile home, the applicant states that there is sufficient space, or there wouldn't be sufficient space for the agricultural use of this area given the proximity of the mobile home. This slide reviews the development on the property. The site contains a dwelling and a mobile home, a shop, a barn, a chicken barn, several sheds, and grain bins. The structures associated with the agritourism business include a commercial kitchen, ancillary buildings, 2 tarp sheds, a storage shed, several smaller sheds, 2 greenhouses, and 2 cabins. This slide highlights the garden areas used for the business. You can see that at least 5 distinct areas are dedicated for growing produce for sale. This slide shows views of the proposed remainder. Photo A is the field directly north of the proposal, and Photo B shows the pasture land just east of the proposal. And then this slide shows the southern portion of the quarter, which has been used for cultivation. Photo A shows the area southeast of the proposal, while Photo B shows the areas directly to the south. This slide shows the northeast corner of the quarter near the tributary to Carstairs Creek. Photo A shows a relatively deep ravine that has remained in its natural state, and Photo B shows the uncultivated field in the same corner, which appears to have been used as pasture land. This slide shows access and sight lines. The left side shows access into the proposal from Range Road 23, while the right side shows access into the proposed remainder located just north of the proposal, and access and sight lines seem to be of no concern. Following the review of this application, it was identified that the development permit that was issued for the Honest Box business was approved under the definition for agritourism. According to the land use bylaw, agritourism is not a use listed under the proposed residential farmstead district zoning. Agritourism is a discretionary use on agricultural land. Administration met with the applicant to go over potential implications for the business if the application were to be approved as a residential farmstead district parcel, while also exploring the alternative zoning to agricultural 2 district. The residential farmstead zoning may allow for a second dwelling as a non-conforming use, and if council considers it acceptable, may also consider the business operations as a non-conforming use. However, if approved, the farmstead zoning would not allow for any amendments to the development permit or further expansion of the business. An agricultural zoning would have, could have also been considered. However, parcel size would need to have been reevaluated as the preferred minimum parcel size for an agricultural parcel is 40 acres and must also be 70 acres if containing 2 dwellings. The applicant confirmed that they do not plan to expand the business and are comfortable with its status as a non-conforming use. They also clarified that the 2 RVs are within the northeast corner of the quarter are being used seasonally for agricultural operations. All correspondence on this matter has been attached in the report to council. This slide reviews the proposal against the municipal development plan policies. Because this is a first parcel out subdivision from the quarter, it was evaluated under the agricultural land use policies. Policies may allow for a maximum of 2 titles within the quarter, so this proposal to create a second title does meet this requirement. The application involves the development associated with the original farmstead for the quarter and leaves most of the cultivated and pasture land in the remainder for continued agricultural use. The lot size is slightly larger than the preferred maximum of 9 acres. However, larger lots are permitted for features like shelter belt, ancillary buildings, and physical characteristics. The applicants justified the size, stating that the northeast field provides a sufficient setback for the mobile home's open discharge septic system. This field is too close to the mobile home for the agricultural remainder to use it. The structures used for the chickens is connected to the farmstead water well. And keeping the chicken barn within the proposed parcel avoids potential conflicts with this, with a potentially more intensive use as part of the agricultural remainder. The proposed remainder does contain environmentally significant land surrounding the tributary to Carstairs Creek. If approved, condition 13 will be considered to ensure environmental protection of this waterway. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this proposal. The proposal can fall within the parameters described in the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw. Although the existing agritourism use may not be listed with the residential farmstead district zoning, business operations may continue when in accordance with the previously approved development permit and be considered a legal non-conforming use. Given the agritourism uses support low-intensity agricultural diversification, the subject lands are surrounded by agricultural zone land, and there were no concerns received during the circulation of this application. The proposal should continue to complement surrounding land uses. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is available if you do have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they'd like to provide? Okay, the applicant waits. Thank you. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak either in opposition or in favor to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? And the administration is saying there is not. And so with that, I will open the floor for council to ask questions. No? So I just want to make sure I get this correct in the information. So if this application were to have come forward for an agritourism business just on the proposed subdivided portion, it would have not been within the land use bylaw. Is that correct?
So business agritourism isn't a use in residential farmstead, so correct.
Okay. Just wondering to administration why this is coming forward as an RF and maybe not as a direct control then? Direct control.
Is your question because they can't do the business now?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so the conversation was had with the applicant relative to that, and the discussion was based on the fact that if they don't do an agricultural 2 parcel, then that business will sit with a permit but cannot expand. And that was what the applicant wanted. That was the request of the applicant, was to go for the residential farmstead.
Okay. So in the potential approval of this application, we would be non-conforming on the development permit that exists. We would be non-conforming on the number of dwellings that exist. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, with a residential farmstead, yeah, they can have the 2 dwellings. The policy allows for that, but it would be legal non-conforming as the second. And the business can remain as is, it just cannot expand.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? No? Okay, so with that, I will close the public, or I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? No, the applicant waives. And so with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council give second reading to bylaw LU 2725, redesignating the lands within the Northwest 332 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? No. So I'm normally a real stickler for policy, as probably everyone gets, but the fact that there was no opposition in the community to this is probably the driving factor as to why I would support it. And I think these businesses are very good for the community. I think they're very good for Mountain View County. And so although I am concerned that we are proposing something that is not in alignment with our land use bylaw in many aspects, I think that that this is still good for the community, and with no opposition, I can support it. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Nixon.
I believe that agritourism is becoming more and more popular, and I think it's actually more and more important to the communities that they serve. So I don't know if I would have to present a motion, but I think that we should maybe, when next time we look at the land use bylaws, look at adding it into more than just agriculture, because there's multiple different variations of agritourism that could happen on smaller parcels as well and still be sustainable.
Okay, so we'll deal with this file first. Is there any other discussion? No. So with that, I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council give third reading to bylaw LU 2725, redesignating lands within the Northwest 332 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. All right. So we will move on to 4.3. We're already on 4.4. Whoa, sorry. Thank you, everyone. 30. 4.4. This is for bylaw number LU 2825, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024, affecting the Southwest 433-4 west of the 5th, Plan 1541 GY, Block 1, Lot 4, pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 25th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you. The beginning of this presentation starts on page 134 of the agenda. The applicant is Roxanne Baker and the landowner is Katrina Baker. The application is proposing to redesignate 0.85 acres from local commercial district to country residential 1 district. This is the location map and shows the subject lands within the rural neighborhood of Eagle Hill, Westward Ho, and approximately 5.5 kilometers east from the town of Sundre. The site is located within a residential neighborhood called Sleepy Hollow. The next slide is the figure 3 map from the MDP and shows that the proposal is within the agricultural preservation area. Page 137 of the agenda is the redesignation site sketch. The proposal is located within a quarter that has had several previous subdivisions and is within the very southeast corner. The application is seeking to redesignate this existing parcel to Country Residential 1 District surrounding an established residential site. The application is only seeking redesignation and no subdivisions being proposed. This slide is the surrounding land use map, and you can see that the area has a mix of residential and agricultural land uses. The subject property is in a quarter section with 31 previous subdivisions. There are residential lots immediately to the west, north, and east. The proposal is also located just north of Highway 27, and the Westward Ho Campground is located to the southeast. This is topography and water map for the area. You can see the Little Red Deer River runs through the quarters to the east. However, the proposal is well removed from the river. Based on AgriSID data, the landform near the river is considered confined terraced. Looking closer at the subject quarter, you can see that there is an unclassified creek that flows from the west to the north of the proposal. However, no water bodies are identified within the subject property. The quarter slopes down to the east and the proposal itself appears flat. This slide shows the environmental scan map. You can see the areas surrounding the Little Red Deer River are identified as an environmentally significant area. The proposal is more than 110 meters west of the ESA and is also not identified within any flood hazard areas. This slide shows the oil and gas facilities map. While there are a few facilities within the quarter, the closest to the proposal is a discontinued fuel gas pipeline located over 300 meters to the west. There are also foothills natural gas lines used to service the existing residential sites. The aerial image shown on this slide provides a close-up view of the proposal. You can see that there are county roads that run along the eastern and southern boundaries of the proposal. The site is also adjacent to existing residential sites. This slide looks at the subdivision and development history for the subject property. The lot was approved for subdivision by the Red Deer Regional Planning Commission in 1955, along with 3 neighboring lots. Originally, it was used as a service station until 1971. After that operation ceased, all infrastructure associated with the service station was removed by 1979. And a 1997 environmental site assessment confirmed that the land was clear from contamination. The application states that the residential use of the property began around 1967. This is also supported by development permits from the 1970s for a garage and a porch. Setback relaxations were also obtained in 1997 and more recently in 2025. A permit was issued for commercial use, commercial business in 2001. However, the business is not operating from the site. Today, the property's primary use continues to be used for residential purposes. Beginning on page 145 of the agenda are some photos that were taken during the site visit. You can see the property does consist of a dwelling, a garage, and a tarp garage, and the western portion of the site is mostly treed. This slide shows views surrounding the proposal. Photo A looks at the northwest corner of the property, showing the local road that curves around the west side. The lot's northern boundary is shared with an adjacent residential site. Photo B shows the southeast corner of the proposal. This slide looks at access and sightlines to the property. The left side shows access from the east side of the property, while the right side shows access from the south, and access and sightlines appear to be of no concern. This slide evaluates the proposal against the municipal development plan. While the land is within the agriculture preservation area, the application was evaluated under the multi-lot residential policies of Section 4, as the quarter already contains 31 titles. The lot was originally subdivided in 1955. Although the proposed parcel does not meet the minimum parcel size of 2 acres for Country Residential 1 zoning, the proposed redesignation would be consistent with the surrounding lots, which are also undersized, the smallest one being 0.55 acres. The proposal has also been used residentially for decades. The subject quarter has had several previous residential subdivisions along its periphery, with the larger portion of the quarter being used for agriculture. The proposal has existing services, including a septic system and water well. No comments were received from adjacent landowners during the circulation of this application, and there are also established roadways to access the proposal. Given that this redesignation aligns with the property's historical use, the proposal will complement the surrounding residential community. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this application. The proposal can fall within the parameters described in the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw. The proposal consists of an existing dwelling site, and the proposed redesignation will better reflect the historical use of the property and complement the uses on neighboring lands. There were no letters of objection or concern that were received from adjacent landowners or referral agencies. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they would like to provide? Thank you. The applicant waves. And so is there anyone in the gallery who would like to either speak in favor or in opposition to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to either speak in favor or in opposition to this application? Administration is saying we have no one online. And so with that, I will open the floor for council for questions. I just have one question. Is a dwelling allowed in a DLC district, in the local commercial district?
No, it is not.
No, and this is just for my own knowledge then. I see in February 2025, setbacks were approved for the dwelling. Is that right? Oh, for existing structures. Okay. Setback relaxations were granted for the dwelling and its associated garage demonstrating residential use of the property. So just wondering, what approving authority would have been able to grant relaxation for the dwelling if it wasn't actually allowed within the land use bylaw?
So the relaxations would have been given as a structure versus a dwelling. The description is a dwelling because that is what it is, but the relaxation would have been for the structures itself.
Okay.
So it's a, as you can see, quite a wonky
Yeah.
property.
Yeah. No.
And should really have a residential zoning on it.
Yeah.
But we gave relaxations recognizing the historical use of the land versus the actual zoning of the land. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Nope. Seeing none, then I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
Oh, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? No. So the applicant waives. Thank you very much. So with that, I will close the public hearing and look for a motion. Councillor Johnson.
I would move that council give second reading to bylaw number LU 28/25, redesignating the lands within the Southwest 4, 3345, Plan 1541 GY, Block 1, Lot 4.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Johnson.
I would also move that council give third reading to bylaw number LU 28/25, redesignating the lands within the Southwest 4, 33-4, west of 5, Plan 1541 GY, Block 1, Lot 4.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So we will do the first readings of the bylaw and then we'll take a break. So we're on to 6.1. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council give first reading to bylaw LU 3225, redesignating the lands within the Northwest 3, 33-1 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? Sorry, Councillor Harris. I'll call to, okay, wait a minute. Let me do that one more time. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Sorry, I didn't know if you were voting in favor or against, so I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. My apologies. So that motion is carried. And Councillor Fulton.
I'll further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw LU 32/25, redesignating lands within Northwest 3, 33-1 west of the 5th for September 24th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And we are on to 6.2. Councillor Harris, please.
I'll move the council give first reading to bylaw LU 33/25, redesignating the lands within the Plan 2310034, Block 2, Lot 1, in the east of Section 35, 31, 5, west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Johnson.
Just one very short question. It says that progressive reclamation is still intended, and I just wondered if there was an explanation for that.
And so I think that would be more appropriate to ask that question at the public hearing, because that will be bringing information forward. So
Okay.
if you could hold that to the public hearing, I think that would be more appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any discussion, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Harris, please.
I'll move the council set the public hearing for bylaw LU 33/25, redesignating the lands within the Plan 2310034, Block 2, Lot 1, in the east of Section 35315, west of the 5th, for September 10th, 2025, at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. And with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And we will move on to 6.3. Councillor Miller.
I would move the council give first reading to bylaw 12/25 for the Sundre Airport Concept Plan.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Miller.
And further, the council set the public hearing for bylaw number 12/25 for the Sundre Airport Concept Plan for September 10th, 2025, on or after 1 p.m.
Thank you. Any discussion? I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And with that, we will take a break until 10:25. All right, welcome back to the regular council meeting of August 13th, and we are on to 6.4. That's bylaw number 1325, public events bylaw. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This item will be introduced by Jessica Ross.
Okay, so good morning. In front of you on the screen today is a request to have some amendments of the public events bylaw. The bylaw was reviewed, last reviewed in 2023. So administration is recommending a review of this bylaw to provide clarification, clear interpretation for application or for applicants wanting to apply for a public event permit. So as part of this review process, we did have a look at neighboring municipalities, in particular Red Deer, Rocky View, Clearwater, and Wheatland. We did note that there were many increased requirements within their public event bylaws, and as such, have essentially increased the requirements for clarity and interpretation for events being proposed in Mountain View. So it's up to you. I can take you through the proposed track changes, or if you have had a chance to review and have questions, just let me know how you would like to proceed.
Okay, so maybe in order to discuss, and then we can start to have discussions on potential amendments that council would like to see. If I could ask for someone to put first reading on the floor, please. Councillor Harris?
I'll move the council grant first reading to bylaw 13/25, public events bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Now, maybe that's the way we'll do it, Jess, is first we will go through all of the sections. You can point out, highlight what the changes are and why they're made, and then we'll have a discussion at council. So if you could take us through the sections, that would be great.
Sounds good. So I'll kind of scroll through on the screen there. So you'll see some of these changes there's repetition, there's just we're just trying to tidy it up. So some of them are just literally for interpretation purposes and clarification. So you'll see there we've removed music concert. That's a repetition in the definition. No change to the intent of the definition. Moving down into section 3, general prohibition, just kind of tidied it up. Put in 3.02 that the terms of the permit would include conditions. Moving down into 3.05, took out the words conditional because it's basically a moot point. It is a conditional permit and you shall not have an event unless you have one, a permit that is. So I don't know if you have any questions. Sorry.
Yes, Councillor Harris, do you have any questions on section 2?
No, section 3.
Okay, so can we let Jess go through it first, Councillor Harris, and then we will come back to council questions?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so Jess, can you just keep walking us through section 3?
Okay, well, that was section 3.
Okay.
I just got to the end of that.
Okay,
So
perfect. Councillor Harris.
So just there's, it's mentioned in several of the subsections, 01, no person shall hold, conduct, manage, or allow to be held or organized. The term organized to me is the planning and organization of an event. And what this says to me is that until you have a permit, you can't even organize it or plan it. So I'm just thinking the public would have issue with understanding how that works.
yes, absolutely. I think that would be very challenging to actually even monitor on our side, whether you're organizing an event or not. So I think, I recognize that is, if we're doing this also for clarification purposes, that perhaps the words or organized could be removed, because essentially it doesn't stop the process of you need to get a permit to do this. And this is what we're saying in this section. So yeah, if council agree, then the words or organized could potentially be removed.
Okay, so Councillor Harris, would you like to make a motion? Sorry, Jeff.
Reeve, maybe I suggest just before Councillor Harris does that, we do have an open motion for first reading that wasn't voted on, so we should only have one open motion at a time. So maybe we vote on first reading and then we can propose the amendments and have that motion from Councillor Harris.
So Jeff, again, I don't know why after this long I can't get the process right. Normally we open, so we like at second reading, we'll open second reading and then we'll make a whole bunch of amendments and then we'll adopt second reading with those amendments. Or is this because we're going to bring the bylaw back and some of these will not be wording changes, they'll just be in principle? That's why you'd like that?
It'll be coming back. I think the principle is you should only have one open motion at a time.
Huh.
And so to do that, we would need to vote on first reading and then move into the amendments.
Oh, okay. Oh. All right then. So let's look for a vote on first reading then, and then we make the amendments between first and second. So I don't have to open second reading to make the amendments.
No, I think
Is what
it'd be
you're telling me.
appropriate to make them in between.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I will call to question on first reading. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Sorry, I thought we had to have an open motion in order to have the debate and make further amendments.
And I think that's what Councillor Harris is about to propose, which will allow us to do that.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
I move that in section 3.01, the words "or organized" be removed. And in section 3.02, the words "or organized" be removed. And in section 3.05, the word "organize" be removed.
And so just a suggestion, Councillor Harris, to your motion, because we don't know if that's further in the document. Would it be more appropriate to maybe say remove it from 3.01 and make it consistent throughout the document? And then we don't have to catch them as we go further. Jeff, would that be appropriate? Because unless we'd have to go through the entire document and then we'll just give council the direction or council give administration the direction to remove it throughout and make the document consistent.
Yeah, I think that is sufficient. And then when we bring it back, council will see the changes, and it'll be clear where we have made any further edits to any other sections.
Sorry, Councillor Harris, I don't want to gazump your motion, but would you be all right with that?
I'm fine with that. Laura, did you capture that?
Okay, so Councillor Harris, do you want to read what's on the screen and see if that reflects what you would like to have happen?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 1325, section 3, and make it consistent throughout the document to remove the words "or organized."
I think if you specify just those words, then we're going to handcuff ourselves for different wording throughout the document. So maybe it's reference to an event being organized instead of specific wording.
Okay. Okay, so just looking at administration, if the motion gives the intent of what Councillor Harris is trying to put forward. Again, because we'll see this at second reading, and then we'll see a marked up document. Just looking, Jeff, does this give the intent of what you would need?
Yes, it's clear what the intent is.
Okay, so Laura, if we can take it back to where it was. Administration understands the intent, and again, we're not giving third reading today, so council will have the opportunity to see this come back in a further marked up document. So Councillor Harris, just making sure again that you're good with this motion?
I am. I would actually remove the "or," because in one place it doesn't have "or organized."
Okay.
It's just the word "organized."
Yep. Okay, and it's referencing to section 3, so you'll know, so administration will understand the intent is to make it consistent with the removal of "organized" within section 3. Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 1325, section 3, and make it consistent throughout the document to remove the words "organized." Okay, is there any further discussion on that motion? No? Seeing none, then I will call to question. All in favor? And and opposed? And that motion's carried. Hey, is there anything else on section 3 that council would like to discuss at this time? Again, realizing this will not be third reading today, and so there's opportunity to once again review the document. Okay, so Jess, can you take us through section 4, please?
Absolutely. So section 4.01, so this section is basically the exemptions. So the exceptions of, when it's not required. So there's no significant changes here, essentially just making it all grammatically correct, if you will. And we haven't suggested any major changes here.
Okay, anything from council? And so Jeff, just because the council actually doesn't approve the public events, it's the CAO that does that. Is there Is there anything that's been brought forward to your attention that would, I'm assuming it would be reflected in here, but just as a question, is there anything in here that would require further amendments in order to tighten things up on your end?
No, Reeve, I participated in the review with planning and development, so all of my experiences and issues that have come up over processing these applications has been incorporated into these amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lutz.
I just have a question on C, religious or church organizations, including funerals, weddings, and other services. So if a family is planning a wedding, does that fall into that? And also family reunions?
So through the chair, yes, those fall into that. So they do not require a permit.
Unless they're over 150.
Yeah.
Is the way I read it. Is that correct, Jess?
With discretion, yes.
Okay.
I just wonder with the wording, church and religious and church organizations, if that's really inclusive.
So what are you looking to, what would be a suggestion then, Councillor Lutz?
Almost two separate things, like church and religious and church organizations hosting some things, or a second point, just saying weddings, funerals, and family reunions, like family organized. Because I think it could be two different things, and I maybe you don't get looped it, like maybe it's, I'm picking hairs here, but.
Is any of that covered in 4.02, Councillor Lutz?
Could be, yeah.
So just looking at administration, if you were to have your own private wedding and have 140 people on the guest list to your own private wedding, would that fall under section 4.02 and not require an events permit?
Correct. It does not require a permit, never has. We've never actually had a problem with interpretation for that portion, just to help you out with that, but yeah.
No, if you can explain it to people asking,
Yeah.
then that's good.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Lutz. Section 5.
All right, so this is where we have quite the amount of changes in here. So this is the permit requirements. This is sort of essentially the increase in requirements that give that clarity of what we actually expect from the applicant when applying for a permit. So the first couple of sections here, we just have cleared up the grammar. And then moving down into 5.03, we have made some fairly significant changes. I should mention, I didn't mention at the beginning, we did actually reference our current application for public events, which had a lot of requirements in it that were not in the bylaw, which, people needed to know why we were asking for that. So that is also reflected in these proposed changes as well. So we have the increase in clarity for the certificate of title, current within 30 days. That's very typical of our other permit applications. Moving down into E, just clearing up the language, enforcement officers, as the definition is earlier on in the document. F includes the requirement of a site plan, talks about access, egress, washrooms, parking, all the things that need to be included in any site plan for an application. G obviously adds the additional requirement for the dates and times for the public event. H is the addition of the insurance requirement within there. Within this requirement, we have added in the provision that says you cannot cancel it within 30 days. 30 days is the minimum. Just doing a little assurance there for Mountain View County to make sure that there was no concerns with insurability. Moving down into I, just clearing up the language grammatically. And then again in J, that is also just clearing up and making it consistent with our land use bylaw and other bylaws that we have for the community consultation. Going into K, this is where we did add some significant requirements. We quite often, and depending on the size of the event, will ask for additional information. And this is the additional information we would often ask for. So when you have a large amount of people in a space, you need to know, is this going to be safe? So the safety, security plan, medical plans, access, egress, welfare plans, noise control, just those protection pieces for the community. when hosting a large event. And so that information was actually pulled when we did review the adjacent municipalities' public event bylaws, and Mountain Views was very lacking in that department. So that's what that proposed, or those proposed changes are. And then going down into 5.04, also taking into account that, you can have all the security and medical plans submitted, but they need to be adequate. So the word adequate got added in that, gives the approving authority the discretion to say, is this actually going to work out? Are we going to actually have a well-run event here? And giving that discretion there when reviewing those applications. We talk about, in F, we talk about the water supply. Do you have adequate water supply for and sanitation facilities for your event? Special requirements, garbage, for the public event. You'd be surprised how many times we get applications that people do not think about these things. And so those things should be in the bylaw just so that, we have the ability to ask. And then dust control. Dust control is also something that historically people have generally forgot. On a dusty road, you have, 200 plus, up to 1,000 people. Dust control is a big deal. And so that's placed in there, the added requirement that it is at the expense of an applicant. And then also, basically that many of these will be added into conditions of the permit itself. Sorry, section 5 is quite a big one, so we'll keep going. And added the words in section 5.08 that talks about an irrevocable letter of credit. The reference was earlier on in the section, just added it further down. Going down into section 5.12, this is where we talk about where we may refuse the application, and the details in here are talking about misrepresentation of any fact or circumstance of the event. So it gives us the ability to refuse that. And then we talk about the ability to refuse where public safety may be an issue. The remoteness of a property, emergency response may be compromised, and going into those requirements, and also saying that perhaps there's been an event that hasn't gone well and you're applying for it again. The ability to say that actually, no, we can't give you another permit for the event, and make sure that we have confidence in the applicant when applying for potentially a repetition or a new event that we know is going to be a challenge for a community. And that is section 5.
Hey, Councillor Miller.
So just one question on 5.04 on dust control part of it. It's great to have it along the residences, but what about where we have interchanges where it's gravel on gravel? Quite often the clouds will carry forward. So what if we changed it and had maybe required along all roads impacted and just forget about the residences? Is that something, Jeff, that you would think would be a good idea?
Yeah, certainly. I think it raises a good concern that gravel on gravel intersections and dusty times can create a safety risk, and it was something we would probably want to address. So adding the ability to address that into the bylaw would be beneficial. It would be a discretionary item depending on the circumstances in the application. So certainly that amendment would be warranted. As far as a suggestion for wording, we can keep the in front of residences. We could also just add kind of a general reference to the road network and traffic route plan that's used.
What about may be required for additional drug gravel roads impacted by the
Yeah, I think
event?
something that gives the discretionary ability to require additional dust control along any roads impacted. It doesn't have to be just a residence.
Okay.
So then we'll look for a motion to amend 5.04I to include dust control with respect to general reference to road infrastructure. And then we'll allow administration to work on that.
That would be suitable. We'll come up with some wording that fits the rest of the language in the bylaw.
Okay, so Councillor Miller, we'll wait until Laura is able to put that on, and then make sure you're comfortable with.
To
yeah,
include dust control may be required along the entire road.
um, And again, we get to see this coming back. So as long as administration understands what council is trying to get at here, Councillor Miller, does that reflect, or would you like to add additional changes to that motion?
No, I think that covers it off. That would also cover off the residents as part of it anyways with this wording, I think. So I'm good with this.
Okay, so the motion is that council direct administration to amend bylaw 1315, section 5.0I to include dust control may be required on affected roads. 1325. Okay. Is there any further discussion on that motion? No, I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Is there any other questions on section 5? Councillor Johnson and then Councillor Fulton.
Thank you. I have a couple. On page 380, under the noise control plan, it talks about, outlines how the event will control the impact to surrounding communities. And I wondered if we could consider different wording for that. I guess I was thinking specifically about replacing the word communities with landowners and livestock, because I think with the potential of very loud music and so on, there is no doubt that local livestock will be affected. And if you put horses and cows through fences, that has huge repercussions.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, would you like to propose an amendment? Because it is a bylaw, we can only make changes to the bylaw through amendments.
Yes, thank you. I would move that we replace the word under the noise control portion.
So that is section
Section 5.03 K4. Replace the word communities with landowners and livestock.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, can you have a look at that and see whether or not that reflects your motion?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 1325, section 5.03 K 4, replace the word communities with landowners and livestock. Any discussion? Councillor Lutz.
I like what you're saying. I don't know if I like the wording suggestion. To import, I think it's still important to have surrounding communities if the event is outside or if the venue is close proximity to residential areas. Maybe that's where you could put, or potentially impact livestock. Because I think the community part is still important.
Okay, I'll just consider that. Thank you. Control the impacts of surrounding communities.
Like proximity of residential areas or could potentially impact livestock.
So Councillor Lutz, would you like to propose an amendment to the motion?
Yes, please do.
Okay, I would amend to keep, sorry,
Just
I guess
starting.
we're on B, so to add proximity of residential areas or potentially impact livestock.
Okay, so Can you just repeat that again, Counselor Lutz? So
So in the-
after 5.03K4, you're changing the wording. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So to leave the sentence as is, but add at the end, proximity of residential areas or potential impact to livestock. To residential areas. Oh, sorry, that's what you're doing.
And livestock at the end. Is that right?
Yeah.
For residential areas and livestock?
And livestock, yeah.
Okay, so we're not replacing anything then?
Just adding to the end of that sentence, just to save keeping the communities.
Okay, so right now we're replacing the word communities with landowners, livestock, and proximity of residential areas and livestock. So it's a very confusing motion.
Yeah.
So you want to leave in the communities. We don't want to replace that.
Right.
Okay, so strike.
So yeah, strike the whole motion just at the end to add livestock.
So Laura, where it says replace the word, strike from there to proximity of residential areas and livestock, I believe is what the intent is.
Yeah.
I think to add. So is that, does that reflect your amending motion, Counselor Lutz?
If it's good with Maggie, yes.
No, because this
Yep.
is your amending motion, so we'll have to vote on your amending motion.
Okay.
Okay, so now the amending motion is that the amending motion reads that council direct administration to amend bylaw 1325, section 503K4 to add proximity of residential areas and livestock. So that's the amending motion. Is there any discussions? Is there any further discussions on that? So we've left communities in there. So Councillor Fulton.
So I think seeing how this kind of ties back into the applicant shall do community consultation within a mile of subject property, blah, blah, blah. I believe that this doesn't actually speak, like, is it, to me, it's confusing. Is this noise thing beyond the community consultation level? Is it, like, I think it's getting a little fuzzy. I think we need to tie this back to within the community consultation. Because if you're doing community consultation within a mile, people are gonna wanna know what you're gonna do about noise within that, right? You see, like, that needs to be tied together with that. And then obviously the impact is to landowners, communities, livestock, whatever, right? That's all part of it, but I believe it needs to be tied back into with J, I guess. Because it talks about the requirement to do community consultation, so the noise management plan should be tied to that is what I think.
Okay. And so maybe that's a good question for administration. For the noise plan, is that when we just had originally surrounding communities, is that in your interpretation just within the mile, or is that extend? I'm just, how would you interpret this the way it's currently written, Jeff?
My interpretation would be that you have the community consultations required within 1 mile. That distance can be changed depending on the scope and style of the event. If the 1 mile was required, then the next decision would be, is a noise control plan required, yes or no? And that would be determined by the wording in the bylaw, which indicates, is there an impact to surrounding communities in the event? If the event is outside or in close proximity to residential areas, and with the addition of livestock into that consideration. So if livestock or residential impacts weren't identified within that 1 mile circulation, then no noise control plan would be required. If there are impacts identified, then yes, a noise control plan would be required as part of the application. That's
Okay.
how I would interpret it.
Okay. Counselor Lutz.
Yeah, I'm thinking about land re-rent and stuff like that too, and I don't know if, I like including livestock just so people are thinking of it, because sometimes, people don't always remember that, oh yeah, let's just have cows there and they're doing fireworks. So I like mentioning livestock just as a reminder that it's important.
Counselor Johnson.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think we're making this too complicated. I think communities is a catch-all, and I would leave it to the farmers to say, I have livestock. I think the farmers that will be negatively or could potentially be negatively impacted would definitely say, I have a whole bunch of bred cows that are just ready to calve, or I have a whole bunch of horses in the field, or I would expect that consultation, and I think communities is a catch-all because not everyone is going to be a landowner. We have communities, we have people who rent, we have campgrounds, we have all sorts of other things. And my concern is when we try to get too prescriptive, we leave things out. So communities to me is extremely broad. And we leave it up to the CAO and our team to ensure that they touch base with those that are relevant. And I'm sure that if farmers have concerns with their livestock or acreage owners that have concerns with their livestock, we'll definitely bring that forward. So I'm not going to support the amendment. I just think it makes it too prescriptive. Okay, Councillor Johnson?
I like the idea that we are leaving communities in, because I think that's important. And that the amendment changes the word landowners to residential areas, because you're absolutely right. That includes all residences, whether they are landowners or not. But I do still think that adding livestock in there is really important.
Okay, so with that then, everyone understands the motion, and so I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Fulton.
So just for,
Reeve, maybe before we move on,
Oh,
that
sorry.
was just the
Sorry.
amending motion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the amending motion is lost. Laura, could we bring up the original motion? Sorry, everyone. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so now we are back to the original motion, which is that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 1325, section 5.03K4 to replace the words community with landowners and livestock.
And I would withdraw that if you like, because I think the amending motion was better than this motion. And if it failed, this will fail. And so I'll just withdraw that. Thank you.
So is that, Jeff, it's probably better just to vote on it because we have it on the, if you're all right with that, Councillor Johnson, we'll just vote on it, and because we do have it on the books. And so it's just cleaner for process wise. Okay, so with that then, I will call to question on the original motion. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, Councillor Fulton. Thank you, Jeff, for catching me on that.
okay, I don't know about anybody else, but when I read this, it goes all the way down to 5.11 is talking about applying for the permit, and then all of a sudden 5.12 breaks into the authority may refuse. So I'm just curious as to the thought of that being its own section before it jumps down into the section 6, which is enforcement. That if the refusal of a public event permit, and then it has its own little section, so that it would become 6, and then enforcement would become 7.
So you're suggesting we've got permit requirements and then the permit approval process or something like
Or
that?
refusal, but I mean, if you're reading this and you're going along all the way through, this is what you got to do. Any permit, you have to, this is what you have to do. And then all of a sudden it changes tone and says that the approver may refuse it. So like if you were just going through it quickly and looking for, what do I have to do? Or what's the reason it's going to be not approved, or what's the enforcement part? If you're just going through it, like I just want to see what other people think. And but to me, it would, that almost needs to have its own little heading and section before it moves into section 6, which is enforcement. So
Okay, and so, yeah, Councillor Harris.
I actually read it the other way. I think it belongs in there. 5.11 also talks about
Failure to submit.
failure to disclose, and I think that's part of the process. And I'm thinking from the point of view of somebody who's applying for one of these permits, they're reading, and if they only read what they have to do and they don't read about the into the next section, I think there's a chance they don't get that. So I think it works there.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to see what, because as you're reading through it, you're trying to read it from someone that may apply for it. So I just wanted to see what other councillors thought.
So Councillor Fulton, to address your concerns, because I think it's good. Is there something we could add to the header on section 5 that would maybe address like a permit requirements and approvals or approval process? Is there something you would like to see in that, or are you good with the discussion?
Oh, no, I'm just trying to make it as the readability of it and the functionality of it. So if somebody said what section is the reasons I would get refused, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm sure Jeff would, because he would use this way more than we would, but just so that he would know that, well, you got to go to 5.11 these are the start of the reasons. So.
Okay, so do you have any amendments that you would like?
No, I
Okay.
just wanted to see what other councillors thought.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just on that topic, is there anyone else who has any concerns about that? Okay, seeing none, I'll go back to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I wondered if there would be support to add an additional section under 5.04 that speaks to having a specific requirement for adequate dog control. I know when we look at the bylaw issues in this rural community, that that the number one issue is dog control. And certainly when you bring what will probably be basically urban people to this rural county, I foresee dog issues as being one of the problems associated with events.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, would you like to propose an amendment, or do you want to just get a straw poll for council first to see what?
Perhaps a straw poll would be
Just-
most
okay.
appropriate.
Just looking if there's any concerns on dog control and whether or not that should be added to the bylaw. Councillor Fulton.
I guess without the dog bylaw or the animal control bylaw in front of us, we'd have to know what you would say and how you would say it in this. Like, would it reference the dog control bylaw, or would it say something different that isn't in the bylaw? Like that would be my question.
So there is an opportunity here, just, and Councillor Harris will get to, there is an opportunity, again, we don't have to be too prescriptive on the bylaw, because again, we're just at first reading, so we'll give administration time. So a motion could be something as simple as requesting administration address dogs within the bylaw, and that would probably be enough direction for administration to go back and either see if they wanted to reference directly the dog control bylaw in here, or so we can keep it quite broad. I think, Jeff, is that something like that? Would that be appropriate if council chose to?
Yeah, that would be sufficient, and then that gives us an opportunity to do a little more research on the subject. I do note that 5.10 does make reference to all other municipal, provincial, and federal legislation, and we do have an independent dog control bylaw. So, you know, for simplicity to the public, I would not recommend we duplicate regulation in multiple different bylaws. But again, that's at council's discretion to have the wording that council deems appropriate for this bylaw.
Okay, Councillor Harris, did you have, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I was on that issue, I was going to agree, because when you get duplicity like that, then it's confusing. Are we done with that topic?
No, so I'm just going to look, I'm just going to ask if there is anyone who would like to put forward a motion, because again, it is a bylaw, and the only way we can change the bylaw at this point is by motion. So seeing none, Councillor Harris.
So just a couple of questions, Jess. In the, just get the actual section here. Talking about access and egress, and I'm thinking to an almost music concert rave that was going to be held a few years back. And when access was restricted by the county, they just simply opened up a fence and drove through an adjoining landowner's field. Are you comfortable that the provisions that you've got here give you adequate means to enforce? Like say if there's a provision in their permit that says no other access other than, is what you've got there adequate?
So through the chair, I think this really helps administration. Hopefully we don't get a scenario like that again. But that really does help administration also craft the conditions to the type of event that's coming forward. So this gives us tools to ask for the info, craft the condition, and make sure that we have an enforceability to the permit. So I think this is sufficient to help us with that.
Good, thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions on section 5? Councillor Johnson?
Just one last question. On B, it talks about adequate security or adequate, an adequate security for compliance. And I just wondered, traditionally, what kind of securities have we requested?
Sorry, could you just say what section that's under, Councillor Johnson? You said,
Page 381, B as in boy, that the applicant provide the county with an irrevocable letter of credit or a cash deposit.
so 5.06B.
Yes, thank you. So what kind of security are we asking people for? How much money?
So historically, that has only been drawn upon large scale events. And I can think of one, we had the circus that came many years ago to the adjacent to the town of Olds, the Olds College lands there. So that would be the type of scenario that would be called upon to ensure that the site was reclaimed, put back to the original intended use. But it's not a typical, it's in there that if we need it, we have the ability to ask for it.
So how much do we ask for? Do we ask for $1,000? Do we ask for $10,000?
That would be dependent on the application and dependent on the proposal, and we would do our own research to determine what would be necessary. And it can also involve them proposing, this is what it would take to bring it back as well. So, just like any letter of credit, it's done on the scenario.
Okay. Is there any further questions? Councillor Harris?
So Jess, when I look at the entirety of section 5, it gives a much clearer picture to applicants so that they understand what they're getting into. The only question I have is that for a large event, it takes a significant amount of pre-planning or organization, which could go for many months. And include considerable expense in who knows what, building stages or adjusting to allow for access, all the stuff that they have to organize ahead of time and perhaps at a cost. And then it seems to be that it's not until the submission up to 60 days before they even have an idea of whether it's going to be approved. Am I correct in that? And how is that going to work?
You're correct. So that, large scale events take many, many months, sometimes years to plan. So administration has the ability to, as we do with other permits, we could do prior to issuance conditions. So we could talk about the insurability, the insurance component to it. So having the conditional approval of an event from the approving authority could also include the prior to issuance conditions, meaning administration would monitor receiving that information, which we would do with other development permit applications that we've done in the past. And that if they did not submit that information, then the permit is null and void. So there is the opportunity to do prior to issuance conditions where appropriate administratively, and the approving authority would have to agree to that, so that they could submit their application many months prior to get the assurance that the county is okay with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
So Jess, am I correct here though, in that the county actually can't approve this, this permit until at least 30 days prior to the event. Because in section 5.03, we require, as part of the application, we require a current title within 30 days of the application submission. So if you're talking about having a complete application, but you're only going to accept the title within the last 30 days, to me, that means you can't actually approve this permit until 30 days prior to the event. Am I reading this incorrectly?
So no, so it's meant that 30 days for the from the application. So it can be like you could apply for it 6 months ahead of time, but that title has to be within 30 days of that application date, not the event date.
Oh,
I can see how you would read.
so the legal description of the location on the proposed public event and a certificate of title current within 30 days of the application submission.
Yes.
Okay, I get
Okay,
that.
got
Okay,
it.
yeah, all right. So this is a minimum of 60 days, but they could actually apply for the event a year in advance? Is that a year, or however long in advance they, okay. Councillor Harris, does that help? Does that
No,
curb your
absolutely.
concerns?
It's the ability of people to come forward and earlier, sooner rather than later to the county and get the feedback that they would get from Justice Department. Yeah, so it gives them an idea of what they need to do, what requirements, and with the prior to issuance, that should work.
Okay. Excellent. Is there any other questions on section 5? Councillor Lutz.
Just a question for planning. So if we do work with the planner organizer a year in advance, and let's just say, you know, they've sold tickets, but a month before, 60 days before, we realize that the noise isn't going to be mitigated or something. Or if they sell tickets, are we at legal risk? Could they sue us because they've already sold tickets based on the pre-work that they have done?
From my perspective, there'd only be legal risk to the municipality if we approved it and then canceled an approval. Everything up until our approval is granted is at the applicant's risk.
And prior to approval, they would have to have all of the noise plans, the safety plans, all of that in place.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just, I have a few questions. I don't understand the wording on 5.03 H. The very last sentence, Mountain View County shall be named as an additional insured for the dates of the event that includes a cross liability clause and that provides the county with a minimum of 30 days prior written notice of cancellation or material change. I don't quite understand that. It's a very confusing sentence to me.
So when we went through the review of the specifically the insurability side, because it has come up many times in the past, this was a common statement in insurance insurance documents, as well as other bylaws that we looked at. And it essentially provides that safety net of they can't change the insurance, the insurability, the insurance plan within 30 days, and they have to, because otherwise it would affect the event. It would affect Mountain View County and their approval. So it's a safety net to say that a minimum of 30 days, they cannot be changing any insurability, things that they've, coverage that they've signed. Thank you.
But as part of the application, do they not have to have the proof of insurance as part of their application? So what is the significance of the 30 days? They shouldn't really be able to change their application at all, should they?
So one of the questions that came up about insurance specifically was, the question came up, is there a certain amount of time frame that people can actually gain insurance for their event? There was no uniform answer across the board. We did consult with multiple private insurance agencies. And so Administratively, this is something we've talked about doing a prior to issuance condition. So say they get their permit 6 months, 8 months ahead of time, this would be a prior to issuance if they could only gain insurance 60 days prior. So this is the one that we need to have, but it's also something that administration can work with to do a prior to issuance condition, saying that they've got everything else met, but that needs to be submitted later on. There's kind of a lot behind that insurance piece within here.
I guess I just don't understand the phrasing of it.
Yeah.
That provides the county with a minimum of 30 days prior written notice of cancellation or material change. If we've already told them that they have to have a $2 million liability, I don't, I'm still not getting it.
So Reeve, if council likes, we could certainly run this clause by our insurers. I think that's where the wording initially came
Okay.
from, to make sure that our insurers are comfortable with the wording. The general intent is that the organizer of the event will name the county to be covered under their insurance policy.
Yeah.
And they have to provide us with 30 days of notice of any changes to that policy if they make any tweaks or adjustments.
Okay. Okay. All right. In my only other one that, the welfare plan, the attendee welfare plan, I don't know how you come across, I don't know how you do this any differently, but it sure reads negative. Is it really necessary that we talk about things like sexual assault and such in our bylaw? It comes across negative. I'm sure there's a reason, but I don't know.
When we consulted other municipalities, this is not this is
This is
consistent with them.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else on section 5? Okay, and so I just, I should have highlighted this to council before, you probably are all aware, but because we have given first reading to this bylaw, all of the change, we have essentially accepted all of the changes that administration have proposed. So when this bylaw comes back, you will not see any of the changes that are on here right now. You'll only see the amendments that council has made. So just, so if there's anything that administration has suggested that you don't agree with or you don't like, then we need to make those amendments as well. So after approving first reading, everything that is a track change now is actually the document we will see at second reading with any of the proposed amendments that council's made in addition, just for clarity on that. Okay, Jess, do you want to take us through section 6?
Yes, so section 6, 382 of your agenda. There's really, these are all grammatical changes. There's nothing that's really of any significant change within the enforcement / offenses section. And then actually the same can be said for section 7.
Okay, so does council have any discussion on section 6? Councillor Harris.
Question, just, I don't see any provision in here. I'm anticipating, say, a 2-day, 3-day permit. And on the first day, there's a significant violation of the permit. I don't, Kelly can charge them, but I don't see any provision for them to cancel the permit.
So through the chair, that is in the permit itself. So the bylaw, it says that, where does it say 6.03, when an enforcement officer has reasonable or probable grounds to believe that the person has violated any provision of this bylaw, so they may proceed to do a court request, court order. We also have the ticket provision included in A of this bylaw, but essentially the permit does say as part of its standard requirement in there that if you are not adhering to the permit, then we have the grounds to go in and stop the event.
So I'm just wondering, given that what we've added
Yeah.
because it was in the application before, but it wasn't actually in the bylaw, is this something that we should perhaps have in the bylaw to give the officer the authority rather than just what's written on the permit?
Jeff?
Yeah, I believe that would be a good suggestion. So when the courts are looking at an appeal of our decision to do this, did we have the authority to do it? They will look at the bylaw to determine whether we have the authority to
Yeah.
shut it down midway through their event. So that would be an appropriate addition from my perspective.
So Councillor Harris, would you like to propose an amendment, please?
I would move that administration add provisions for canceling an event permit into section 6. Is that adequate enough to?
And is that in the case of non-compliance, or is that just as a general term? Does that give enough of, does that address what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm just, if
Okay.
it's enough for them to understand
Perfect.
what we're looking for.
If that's clear to council, we'll take that, we'll look at the wording in the permit, and we'll make sure that language is incorporated into the bylaw to ensure the authority is there.
Okay, Councillor Harris, does that reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so the motion reads that council request administration to amend bylaw number 1325 to add provisions for canceling an event permit into section 6. Is there any discussion on that motion? No, seeing none, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Is there anything else on section 6 that anyone would like to bring forward? No? Anything on section 7? No. Okay, so Jeff, I think we'll leave it at that, and then we'll wait for this to come back at second reading. So again, second reading will come back as the proposed amendments from administration will be incorporated, and the only amendments that we will see at that time is the motions that council's put forward to further amend the bylaw. And then again, at second reading, if you read through and see something you don't like, we still have loads of opportunities to make additional changes. Okay. So with that, I think what we'll do is we'll just take a short break. I think we already have our Crown Prosecutors here for our delegation at 11:30. If we just take maybe a 3-minute break and then we'll come back, or if anyone needs to All right, we return to the August 13th council meeting, and I see we have Courtney Harding on. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And we will, that you may have at the end of this, which is wonderful. So first of all, before we start, maybe what I'll do is I'll just go around the room. So I'd introduce everyone so you know who you're addressing. Starting with Margaretta, please.
Margaretta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Hello, Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Hey, it's Greg Harris, Division 2 Counselor, which is the southwest area of the county, Cremona Water Valley.
I'm Jennifer Lettsome, Division 7, which is old surrounding area out east to Nihil.
Good morning, Alan Miller, Division 3, which is Didsbury and east to Nihil.
Thank you. And I'm Angela Albers. I'm the Division 5 Counselor in the Reeve. So that's the Sundre and surrounding area.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Division 6, Eagle Valley and Harmattan, which is northeast of here.
Tiffany Nixon, Division 4, so Bergen and Zella.
Morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Counselor, Carstairs, south to Rocky View and east to Nihil.
Laura Catmans, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, Shelley French, Communications.
Thank you. And I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself. Camelia and Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. So this is hugely exciting. I think I mentioned at the break, I've been on council for 12 years. This is our first opportunity to actually engage with the Crown Prosecutor's Office. We do understand the arm's length that you need to keep, with everyone. But we had the opportunity to hear from Minister Amory at our November RMA conference. And he suggested it was interesting because he actually said to the whole crowd, there was a question on rural crime, and he said to the whole crowd, all of the rural municipalities, how many of you know who your RCMP detachment commanders are? And the majority of the group put their hands up. And then he asked the next question, how many of you have met with your Crown Prosecutor's Office? And no one put their hands up. And he said, that's one of the issues that we have with rural crime is we're not engaging and we don't have those relationships. So we reached out right away to Minister Amory saying, what can we do? How can we build this relationship and how can we support each other? And that led to this delegation. We can't thank you enough for coming and we are so looking forward to your presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to yourselves.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for having us. My name is Camille Wong. I'm the Crown Prosecutor in the Pre-Charge Assessment Unit currently with the regional head office.
And good morning. Thank you again for having us. And my name is Patrick Big. I'm the Assistant Deputy Chief Crown Prosecutor of the Calgary Rural and Regional Response Office, which covers Didsbury, which is really the circuit point, which is in Mountain View County.
So what we're here today is to give you sort of an overview of what pre-charge assessment is in our province. And after that, about 10 minutes, we'll have time for some questions. So the history of pre-charge assessment in Alberta, it actually, our system before this used to be a post-charge system, which means we don't normally get involved until the police has laid the charge and the information is already in the court system. There are 3 other jurisdictions in Canada that has a pre-charge assessment system. It is British Columbia, Quebec, and New Brunswick. So we are the 4th in the nation. And also, as I understand, I think Ontario is also interested in looking to adopt some form of pre-charge assessment as well. Post-charge assessment can lead to significant delays in identifying files that do not meet our prosecution standard because the reality is between the time when the police arrested and charged and give the accused a release document, it could be 2 to 3 months down the road before there is a first court appearance. So there is a 2 to 3 month delay that we are not assessing the files and not identifying ones that do not meet the standard or in some respects, files that have investigative gaps and needs those gaps to be filled. So we are losing in a lot of time with the post-charge system. So with that said,
what is the purpose of pre-charge assessment is that we identify, again, what I said, the files that do not meet this prosecution standard before the charges are laid. So we are, in essence, assessing file as early as possible so that down the road, they are spending less time in the system, which turns into cost-saving measures on system resources, both in terms of court time, because this court obviously is, as you probably know, is pretty clogged up with the number of files that are coming in. So it in turn saves on court time and also on human resources as well, both from the court perspective and also from the Crown prosecution perspective. The pre-charge assessment also encourages and enhances early and ongoing constructive consultation between the police and prosecution office. So in the early on, it's basically as soon as the file is presented to us, we sort of having these dialogue with the police members in terms of what we can do to strengthen the file, basically. We are overall, the pre-charge assessment model strengthens the criminal prosecutions for the charges that are eventually laid. So the pilot project actually started in 2019 with 3 detachments, RCMP detachments in Canmore, Strathcona County, and Hinton. And of course, with any pilot project, they do some measures and they find out what's working and what's not working. And based on the results of that pilot, the Minister of Justice directed a province-wide adoption of the PCA process. So in 2022, the unit was formed with fewer prosecutors than we do have now. And then they adopted a gradual phased rollout over a multi-year timeframe. So it began in the early 2023 with 6 pilot detachments. And by summer of last year, 2024, over 80 plus RCMP detachments and all the municipal agencies are fully on board with the pre-charge assessment system, except for Calgary Police Service and Edmonton Police Services. Those are the only 2 outstanding in the province. And as I understand, the Calgary Police Service, they have been working with our project team, and they are currently in the testing stage of their rollout. So they anticipate the rollout will either be sometime in the fall, like they will be able to roll out PCA. So, and after that is just Edmonton Police Service will be the last municipal police agencies to come on board. So it is it took about 1.5 years, but it is now fully rolled out with all the regional detachment, which again includes all the RCMP detachment in this county. So, sorry. Okay, currently the PCA unit, there are 7 full-time PCA prosecutors. I'm obviously one of them. We are separate from the regional offices. So where Patrick is a separate office than us. So what it allows us to do is to standardize the reviews throughout regional Alberta, because there's just 7 of us, we work closely together and we all have multiple, many years of experience. I just got my 20-year gift last year. So I've been in the ACPS for a long time, and all of the other 6 Crown prosecutors in the unit also have a lot of experience as well. So what we do is in addition to reviewing files, we also are able to improve the early communication we have with the police, which benefits all the communities that we serve. So we're able to know what are the hot spots in each small community. And so we know how to approach those types of files when we get them. So pre-charge assessment, how does it work? So police will do their investigations as normal. So when the police officer has reasonable grounds to charge a suspect, they complete a package and they submit the file to the PCA unit. Which is us. And what we do is we will review the file and make charge recommendation assessment based on our prosecution standard, which is reasonable likelihood of conviction and a public interest. And I just wanted to emphasize that this is the standard that applies across the board. So when files go to, let's say, Patrick's office, we are all applying the same standard, which is, or those 2 things are our guiding principles. So once we have made the assessment and we're reviewing all the files, we will come to one of different decisions. We may recommend the charges as submitted by the police. We may recommend some of them, but not all of them. We may recommend different charges. Or I think the fourth one is important because we may request a resubmission if there are investigative gaps. So we can say, can we get all these additional materials so that the file, it then becomes viable. Or the last thing is we decline to recommend charges because they do not meet the prosecution standard. So when we do that, we do provide explanations to them. And we also, again, invite them to contact us so we can have that conversation going. So how is it working is what I think we're all interested to know, the performance metrics of it. So I'm going to pass it on to Patrick.
So if we look at the chart here, it shows briefly what impact PCA has had. Just by background, anecdotally, I actually came to the office in 2022. I'm one of the main crowns in Airdrie. And so in 2022, PCA had not impacted that district yet until 2023, as Camelia had mentioned. And I can tell you that these are clear reflections anecdotally from my experience, but also the objective data backs that up. So for some of you who may not be familiar with the terminology, just starting at that first category, it says reduced number of withdrawn. So those would be withdrawn charges. Built into that, there are a lot of resources that go into the decision of withdrawing a charge, and it goes back to that prosecutorial standard, the reasonable likelihood of conviction and public interest. We do it in two stages. First, there has to be a reasonable likelihood of conviction, and if that threshold is met, then we assess it on a public interest basis. The one thing that you should be aware, we assess that at multiple phases and at all times throughout the prosecution. And so when you look at this, it's clear that there's a significant decrease in those circumstances where we're putting in resources to assess files. We're doing it at the forefront to ensure that we're not going through the criminal justice system sort of in an all for naught situation. When you look at the increase in pleading guilty or found guilty, Camelia mentioned about the strength of the prosecution case. One of the main parts of PCA is liaising with the RCMP to ensure that their investigation is as complete as possible. And sometimes they get information that they may not be aware of or advice from a legal standpoint that can impact the viability of that investigation. And so clear here that there's the strength of the case that our office then receives from the police is increased. The reduction in the number of appearances, now that includes things, we have essentially two phases when a charge gets laid. It goes to what's a docket appearance, and this is essentially where a judge and the lawyers come together to ensure that all of the documentation and files either meet the prosecutorial standard, or we can discuss resolution, or that all of the investigative file is provided and we're ready to go to trial. As you can tell, that also increases the number of resources that we have to put through if things aren't put together by the time they come from the police. What the PCA unit as well as the police now are able to do is to ensure that it's a much more streamlined process. So rather than the Crown Prosecutor that's handling the file, they don't have to then go to the police and say, we need this or that. Have you considered this? Or we're missing that. All of those things are already taken care of. And it allows us as the prosecuting Crown to ensure that we're focusing on what's really important, and that's the viability of the file and whether or not we can proceed through with the prosecution, either through resolution or trial. Reduce lead times. Similarly, we're talking about a significant issue of delay. Typically, we will see it. You may have heard of this in whether it's Jordan deadlines or things like that. Those 5.2 weeks is important. It's important for our lead times. You may or may not be aware, but trial time is also very important, but also investigative time as well. So when we cut down on all of those things, there's a lessening of a risk of no longer being able to proceed simply due to time. Then finally, reduced number of files disposed of that were set for trial. Again, this comes back to the strength of the case and the completeness of the investigation, as well as our ability to focus on what's really important, and for us to carry out our job.
So the next slide is question, but I'm gonna put this back to this slide in case the questions are about this numbers on the slide.
Awesome, thank you. And I just want to introduce Staff Sergeant Brown, Didsbury Detachment Commander, leaving us shortly for, so we won't say greener pastures, but and then we have Sergeant Harding on the line and Detachment Commander for Sundre. So we're thrilled that you could both join us, and I'll ask for council questions first, but if there's anything that you have that you would like to add, please feel free to add in the discussion as well. Thank you for a great presentation. I'm going to open the floor to our elected officials now to ask any questions that they may have. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for your presentation. One of the things that you consider is public interest.
Yes.
And I wondered how do you measure public interest? And can you explain that a little bit, please?
I'll take a stab at it. And
Yeah,
we
and
can-
yeah.
So it is very difficult to articulate like exactly the list of factors we consider as far as public interest is concerned. We do have a protocol for that, and there's just many things. So things like what was the nature of the crime, the prevalence of that crime in the community, if there, how serious it is, the circumstances of the accused, how vulnerable the victim is. That's just a few of them. It is very hard to really articulate exactly what the full list of what public interest is. So it's just something that we do consider when we decide if this is a crime that should proceed with charges. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's somewhat of a fluid concept. The justice system is flexible in allowing for issues of the day to be prosecuted. We talk about prevalence of the crime, in particular rural crime. We're well aware of that. Of course, that's our mandate at CARO. And so that's something that we weigh into that public interest analysis. Camelia is right. It's difficult to neatly put into a box, but I can tell you there are lots of different factors that do come into play. I always use the example of, a theft of a chocolate bar or something. Now that can, of course, be a low value. The resources required to prosecute something like that can be in the hundreds or thousands of dollars. Is this something that the public would be fine with us using our resources to ensure there's a full prosecution? Is there another way to deal with it? Is this a person that's habitually doing it and has been given breaks before? All of those things we of course would look at, because sometimes it would be, well, if it's a first-time offender and we've got a serious file on the same day of trial, because we do bundle them, then we make those assessments, and it's and so that would be the only thing that I'd add to Camelia.
And I'm sort of adding to myself is a good example of how we built that relationship with the different RCMP detachment is that we know what the issues are in the community. So for example, in Fort McMurray, the liquor store theft is a big issue. It's petty when you look at the value of the item taken. So on the scale, it may not look like it is of high public interest to prosecute them, but it is a significant concern in the community because it's so prevalent, and they're actually they're having a hard time finding people, or hiring people to work there because they keep getting targeted. So in that sense, it is, for that community, there is a higher public interest to prosecute those charges. Whereas if you have the same offense, let's say in Calgary or Edmonton, a bigger city, that scale goes down. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
So I'm wondering I know they'll vary, but what's the general delay between the time you receive a suggested charge and written report from the police and that you're able to get back to them?
Oh, and
For PCA.
for PCA, we generally, we accept the files whenever they're ready. We ask them to do it as soon as they can, obviously, because in case there's something that we need to work on. And our commitment to the police is we get the assessment out within 48 hours.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Fulton.
Yes, thank you for coming in today. So I'm curious, like, is there a low end, like, or do you start at motor vehicle tickets and stuff like that and go all the way up to more severe crimes? Or is there kind of a limit where you stop and somebody else takes it? Or is there a low level things that don't come to you and high level things that go by you and go on to a different level?
So there are, like, you're correct, there are some offenses that are out of PCA scope. So traffic tickets, we don't handle, like, that's just based, the RCM, the police deals with that. Basically, most provincial offenses, they don't come through PCA. But as far as criminal code offenses go, there's no too low level for us. So once it gets to serious offenses, like there is a death, so anytime there's a driving fatality or anything that has involving a homicide, it doesn't go through us. It actually goes straight into the local Crown office. So they contact someone in the local Crown office and they get consultation that way. So there's always someone within the Alberta Crown Prosecution Service that they can contact. PCA is we cover a lot of it, but there are some, like, with the very serious ones, and obviously the provincial offenses do not come through us.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Lutz.
I have a feeling that some people will come back to this meeting and watch it, some of my ratepayers. So I'm asking a kind of a tough question. So Olds just reported 20% reduction in crime. My neighbors are saying it's because one individual moved away. So repeat offenders and catch and release, it's something I hear a lot of. So somebody who works in the system, do you have an opinion on that? Or is it glorified in the media, or does it frustrate you also, or?
We are not, I mean, it's really hard to comment without knowing the specific individual that we were talking about. We are not part of the bail office. So we don't deal with decisions on whether or not to release someone or seek their detention. That's not part of PCA. Like, we don't deal with that decision-making process. So the bail office is so it was a totally separate entity within the Alberta Crown Prosecution Service. But as far as the PCA is concerned, we do know these things. So because when we get files that come in through us, when we have those early ongoing dialogue with the RCMP, we do know who some of these individuals are because we recognize their names. So in that sense, we are able to, because we have that relationship and have that familiarity, we are able to assess them with those concerns in mind as well.
Maybe just a follow-up to that. Is the justice system harder on repeat offenders than you talked about, reoccurring offenses and such? Do they get treated harsher in the system?
Yes, absolutely. Whenever an investigation comes to our office or PCA or even bail, we rely on a number of resources to make our decisions, including criminal records, outstanding charges where there's been no finding of guilt. All of those things are considered by us in making decisions. It is considered aggravating in a sentencing. So if we're talking about if there's jail's appropriate or probation or a fine, those types of things, we always look at whether or not there is repetitive behavior. Under our law, we assess the gravity of the offense as well as the moral culpability. And that culpability, of course, increases on repeat offenders in the majority of cases. Sometimes there's other issues at play, whether it's mental health or something else that is either organic or inorganic. All of these things, it's a very complex assessment. But coming back to really what you're getting at is, yes, repeat offenders. There are a number of principles under sentencing that we apply as a prosecution service to ensure that there is still a swift retributive act but it's reasoned and measured, and we use principles of restraint to allow for an appropriate sentence, but typically it's aggravating if they're repeating.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, did you have a question?
Just one. So you mentioned the PCA assessments and you have a 7-member team. How many files would you see in the course of a year? Just to give an idea
a
of
year?
staffing. Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Yeah. In a year, but,
So
I think because I know in that time frame, November 2021 to March 2025, I think the sample they looked at was like somewhat upwards of 22,000 files. We in a day, we are expected to review between 15 to 20. I think that is a good number that we looked at all the statistics. And it is true, like when I've been doing this for over a year now, it is a good number to have so that you can have each file would get its like in-depth review. Anything more, I think we may miss things, but yeah, 15 to 20 a day.
Okay.
For each prosecutor.
Just gives us an idea of what
Yeah.
you're seeing, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
I was just wondering if, just to help people understand that are watching this or will watch it, understand how bail works. And the way our law requires that we have to show why they be held, not them showing why they should be released.
Yeah, so bail again is done at a very early stage in the process. Under the criminal code, there is it's under section 515 sub 10. There's 3 grounds in which somebody can be detained. And we call them the primary, secondary, and tertiary grounds. All of those grounds are considered upon for release in all cases. And so typically the Crown has the onus, as we say, to show why somebody should be detained. In some circumstances, that onus is reversed, where the accused then has to show why you should be released. We talk about repeat offenders, things like that. That's an example. I won't get into all of them because it's hard to encompass that. But that is an assessment that's done at a very early stage in the process, because sometimes if it doesn't go to PC, or if it is going to bail, my understanding is PCA does not handle it whatsoever. And so there's a new assessment, and the ACPS has a bail unit that deals solely with that critical juncture and makes the assessment based on, as I mentioned, part of it is, well, the authority is under the criminal code for section 515 and the related provisions, but there's an assessment of a lot of factors that go into whether or not somebody does actually get released.
Reason I asked for it is a lot of criticism of the system and the prosecutors, but it's not all, as hard as you could try, it's not in your hands necessarily.
And it can be oversimplified, that process of bail, but it is very complex and it's a delicate thing. And yeah, I think, part of the system properly should always be looked at from a constructive criticism area, and things can improve or what, but yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Just a quick question. So reduced number of files disposed that were set for trial. So obviously that was something that was reviewed, you guys already agreed that you would send it to trial for PCA review. What are some of the reasons why that changes and why they don't go?
Yeah, so I alluded a little bit to one factor, which is whenever we have, so for instance, in Didsbury, today was a trial date for Didsbury. In terms of the setting of trials, there can be multiple trials set in a particular day. We as a prosecution service then have to have sometimes difficult decisions in terms of which ones we can actually proceed on or not proceed on. But there's a lot of other factors, whether or not witnesses show up, whether or not we would seek an adjournment in those cases to ensure we can still prove it. What you're seeing there is the number of files disposed that were set for trial. You're right, we would have assessed the reasonable likelihood of conviction and public interest up to that point. But as I mentioned, there's some other factors that then come into play at the later stages of the file. And I think it also goes to the idea that we have multiple Crown prosecutors. As you know, discretion varies widely between people. And so it should. But when we have multiple eyes looking at it, I think whether we're looking at reasonable likelihood of conviction or public interest, there's a filtration system that happens where we are now seeing that maybe it's not as serious as we thought, or the evidence doesn't bore itself out for a prosecution in the way that it was initially looked at. Because as more information comes to light, those things, ultimately we have to make the decision of whether things can be withdrawn.
So maybe the overriding question for today for us is, again, as I had mentioned before, our main goal here was to figure out when Minister Amory had talked about the catch and release program and how municipalities should be building a better relationship with their Crown Prosecution's office, but also understanding your maintaining of your independence. How can the municipality work better with your office to try and minimize or support in the reduction of rural crime, specifically on the catch and release? Is there anything that our municipality can do better, do more of, or start doing to support the Crown Prosecutor's office? Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a big question.
Well, when they said form a better bond, we didn't understand it. So anything that you can provide direction on, we would love to pursue.
Well, I think Minister Amory is right in the communication aspect. Continuing those lines of communication, whether it's directly with CARO or the RCMP, I think those are critical junctures. So we are more aware of the issues that are impacting the county or whomever. That's really what it does come down to. When it comes to criminal code provisions, of course, that's a federal issue. And so it can be more difficult to feel like you're making change. But of course, ultimately, if there's dissatisfaction, there needs to be some sort of communication at some level, whether it's the elected officials or throughout. So, I mean, it's tough to say, but those things certainly help us. The other aspect is supporting prosecutions. And what I mean by that is whether it's in investigations with the police, you know, there's certainly individuals that don't feel that they can trust the police or things like that. I think that can become quite divisive and impact the ability for us to prosecute crimes. And so that would be the other area where, you know, from the Crown's perspective and at CARO, I mean, the police have a very difficult job and they do a great job, but it's made more difficult by people that are uncooperative with the system. And quite frankly, it's every citizen's civic duty to be a part of the criminal justice system to make sure that we are in a community that is safe for everyone.
And I echo that. It's the police investigation is likely the most important piece of the entire process, and it's time sensitive too. So if we can all better support that, then the outcome would be we have viable prosecutions and the communities end up being safer, which is what we all really want anyway. So I think that the important thing is to support the police.
Thank you for that. Staff Sergeant Brown, do you have anything that you would like to add? Anything at all? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot now.
Oh, it's fine. I will echo, and I apologize for being late. I was tied up in another meeting, but
Not at all. We're happy to have you.
with regards to PCA, I think I've always been a supporter of pre-charge, back to its early piloting stages, like certain detachments in the province, and the benefits that it brings to not only enhancing the criminal investigations that we put forth to Crown, but it also addresses the timelines that we have to abide by that often are missed, simply due to resourcing issues most of the time. So as a contributing factor to improving the system, PCA has definitely been a benefit. I think with one of the councilor's questions with regards to repeat offenders, I have a differing opinion on that, but I think one component that I've seen over the last 4.5 years here is the attrition rate of the prosecutors that represent our particular area. So, and again, that's a resourcing issue that I think justice is addressing over time, but it's basically the same, if you don't have a concentrate, it's like having a commander who changes every year. There's absolutely no way that you can comprehend the specific issues that the community encounters if you're not present on a more continuous basis. And I think once we get, I think you said you've been in Carroll now for this area about a year, you said? Yeah, so I mean, again, if we increase that resolvency to have prosecutors dedicated to a particular geographical area, then they become more aware of the offenders that are coming and going from the area. I mean, specifically speaking of county, yes, we have a number of repeat offenders that constantly cause us issues. And yes, our numbers do drop when those offenders are incarcerated. The issue becomes how long they're incarcerated for. So that's just what I would add just on the conversation that we've had thus far.
Thank you. And Sergeant Harding, do you have anything that you would like to add? Thank you for joining us today.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay,
perfect. I couldn't say it any better than what Staff Sergeant Brown has already said. Certainly here at Sundre Detachment, pre-charge approval and that process has definitely been beneficial to us here, especially, with regards to having that early feedback from the Crown's office and, with regards to any possible investigational or supervisory gaps there. So certainly our quality of investigations have definitely improved. It's a very beneficial process. And aside from that, we have a good working relationship with the Crown's office here at Sundre Detachment. And certainly we continue to just focus on that rural crime reduction and our prolific offenders. So there's when we bring these guys into custody, we certainly are looking at that public interest piece. And, we're doing what we can from this end of things with regards to working with our, RCMP crime reduction units and surrounding detachments as well to try and do what we can to get these guys into custody and bring them before the Crown for those, either the justice of the peace through a judicial interim release hearing or the pre-charge approval, depending. So on public interest, but yeah, no, things are good from this end here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your words. I can't believe that there is only 7.
We're busy. We've been busy too, actually. Yeah.
Well, and I think this is something that's very valuable for our elected officials to hear is reviewing 15 to 20 files a day per prosecutor that's a monumental task, because I can imagine some are fairly simple and some are fairly detailed. And I honestly can't believe that there's only 7. And so this is what we always put this out there. If there's ever an opportunity where our elected officials in Mountain View County can lobby the government for more resources or for anything that you think you may need, we're here to support you because we know that you support safety in our community. So it's a two-way street. We will continue to reach out and to try and communicate as best we can and support, as you have said. But please, if there's anything that we can do on our end to lobby for more resources, more funding, whatever we need in order to create a safer environment for our ratepayers and for Albertans, please let us know. We'd be happy to take that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Excellent. Well, with that, then, thank you again. Thank you for coming. This has been another great addition to my term on council is having this meeting, and I really appreciate your time and coming here in person. And thank you to Staff Sergeant Brown, and thank you to Sergeant Harding for joining us. This has been a great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We wish you all the best and good luck in keeping us safe. We love that. All right. So with that, could I have a motion to accept all of that as information made by Councillor Harris? And I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And let's take a break until 12:45 for lunch. All right, welcome back to the regular council meeting for August 13th. We are on 7.1, council directives. Jeff, is there anything that you would like to point out on the council directives?
Nothing specific to point out, Reeve. The directives are on page 395.
Okay, so we'll start with page 395. Is there any questions from council on these directives? Seeing none, we'll move on to page 396. And then we're on to page 397, which is 2 that are completed. Okay, if there's no questions on the council directives, we have a motion on page 394. Moved by Councillor Lutz. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Look at that. We didn't even have to defer this. 8.1, potential road within the Northeast 2729 5 west of the 5th. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So starting on page 398 is the RFD regarding the potential road. This was a notice of motion from council that was approved back on July 9th to bring back some information on potentially creating a new road. So as you will see in the recommendation, there's the option for council to request administration register a road plan adjacent to the Water Valley Transfer Station. And some surveying and those types of things are required in order to proceed with that. Operational Services has completed a non-conforming road inspection to provide council with some information on this, on the status of the road as it currently is. And the RFD presents the proposal for council to dedicate it as a road at the standard as is today, with no upgrades or modifications contemplated at this point in time, and those would be dealt with in the future, either through council budgets or through additional development that comes along over time. And certainly, I think Margaretta can maybe add some additional comments or help answer questions if council has any.
Okay, Margaret, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, just that included in the attachments is again a snip from our area structure plan, Water Valley Winchell Lake, that identifies this as future business industrial. And then there's also on page 401, just an aerial photograph identifying those existing businesses. Again, the storage business to the south of the portion of the roads that is to be dedicated, if council supports it, that will gain access from it, as well as the existing framing business towards the west that will gain access from this road. Thank you.
Okay, is there any questions from council? Councillor Nixon.
I just have a few questions. So it says in there that the DC applicant will be responsible for any upgrades to the existing business and ag approaches. But in the non-conforming road report, it basically says that we're going to accept the road as is. What upgrades, I guess, would those be?
So the non-conforming road inspection was done on the road surface. So again, whenever there's new subdivision proposed, as this DC is proposed to be subdivided, there's a standard condition that says the approach that connects the parcel to the road surface needs to be to our specifications, and that's for the new parcel as well as for the remainder. So even though operations has said the road surface is acceptable if council chooses to dedicate a road there, the approaches will be for the cost of the applicant to ensure that they meet our specifications.
So we haven't done an inspection, I guess, to see if they conform or don't conform.
No, we have not.
Okay.
And Margaretta, that's standard that applicants are responsible for their own approaches. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Check.
Councillor Johnson.
Because it's a gravel road, it talks about dust control. And I just wondered, when dust control is required, is Mountain View County going to cover that cost? Or is the intent that the cost would be covered by the local business and landowner?
There aren't any dust control requirements at this time. Again, this was always just an easement on a driveway, and there wasn't any contemplated with the consideration here of dedicating this as a road. So to my mind, that would apply whenever there's new and additional development being proposed by either the business for the storage or any of the, the business to the west, or if there are any new lands being redesignated, subdivided, or developed.
Councillor Johnson.
So even though the the waste transfer facility is there and there's an existing framing business and the storage business, there's not enough traffic. I'm thinking this summer it hasn't taken much traffic to create dust. So I'm just trying to understand that.
So back in the day in 1997, when this framing business first started operating, there was just an easement registered on the waste transfer site to provide an access easement, the driveway that's currently there. So there would be no conditions of a development permit to put dust suppression on a driveway. Similarly, when the storage facility developed a few years ago, there was an access easement that again provided access across the transfer site to this storage facility, and there was no dust suppression requirements as it is a private driveway.
Okay, is there any other questions? No, then we have a motion. Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council direct administration to register a road plan within the portion of Block 1, Plan 9913448, to be funded from the CAO contingency, and further that the gravel surface is sufficient for the existing businesses, the agricultural remainder, and the proposed subdivision of the DC district within Southeast 2729-5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. And Jeff, just on this, because this is coming from the CAO contingency fund, there's no need to refer to the cost.
Correct. It's contemplated that it will fall within budget that council has already approved, and it can be fit in within the CAO contingency. From a cost perspective, I believe the majority of the costs are estimated at 12,500, and that would fall well within the contingency that council has already approved.
Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion on the motion? Councillor Nixon.
I just wanted to add that I think this makes sense and it should have been done before, I think. That's my opinion.
Okay, there's no further discussion. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 8.2, Operational Services Quarterly Report. Jeff, are you doing this or is Alvin?
I will turn this over to Alvin, and Alvin can provide some overview and then help answer any questions, and I will assist where I can.
Thank you, Alvin. The floor is yours.
Areas. In the equipment purchases, we are well on track this year. Deliveries of equipment have improved significantly from the last couple of years where we were struggling getting stuff. We've received probably about 80% of what's been ordered for the 2025 year already, with 1 or 2 significant pieces still waiting. And one of those are the distributor trailer that's been ordered, and that was a year-long delivery. So I'm hoping we'll see that by the end of the year for next year's chipping season, and the 7th plow truck still to come. And I'm hoping we're going to see that before snow flies. The 6 trucks that have come in already, the plow trucks are already rigged and ready to go. So I'm kind of excited to see those hit the ground as soon as snow flies. On the re-gravel program, we're to date now, we are about 50% done the program. We haven't seen really any delays or struggles this year. It's been pretty smooth actually. So I do anticipate we'll be finishing on schedule with our complete program. On the re-chipping, to date, we're probably about 50% completed now. We did have a little bit of weather delay on that program. We've experienced 9 full days of delays this year, so it set us back a little bit. But I do believe we should be on track and be able to finish before things cool down too much. The base stabilization program, we're probably 80% completed to date on that program. Few little projects to wrap up. Everything's going well there. The dust control program wrapped up a couple weeks ago. We had a slightly higher application number this year than we did in other years, so it was a little larger program, but we were able to get it wrapped up with a little delay and went quite well. Does council have any questions on any of that?
Council, any questions? No. Well, someone's got to come up with something for Alvin.
No questions?
Seeing none. Thank you for your report.
You're welcome.
So we have a motion on page 409. Councillor Miller.
I'd move the council receive the operational services quarterly report as information and no further action to be taken.
Thank you. And we'll just note to Ryan that if Alvin does the reports, there's never any questions.
Maybe.
All right. So if there's no further discussion, I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. We are on to 8.3 Corporate Services Quarterly Report. Mike, I don't think you're going to get off this easy, but we'll see.
All right, thank you, Reeve. With the RFD starting on page 421, the report starts on page 422 of the agenda package, starting with assessment and tax. On the assessment side, the reinspection of the southwest corner of the county was wrapped up. Assessment tax notices were mailed out with the assessment roll closing July 14th. And to date, we have one appeal filed. Inspections look to be on target. I've also included a table to show the impacts of the 2025 inquiry period. So this resulted in a reduction of $5,357 of the municipal tax base based on revisions processed for the county. This broken up by assessment class. So it includes revisions processed by us, designated industrial property and linear property. Looking ahead, we'll continue with inspections of new properties, including oil and gas, residential and non-res, and we'll also send out a non-res RFI. On the tax side, oil and gas tax arrear notifications report was submitted to municipal affairs. 2% penalty was applied on June 17th, and then 1.5% early tax incentive deadline had passed on June 30th. And some important dates to note: September 15th is the tax deadline, and the annual tax sale public auction scheduled for October 2nd, where we have 4 rolls included in that. Just a table on the next page to show the impacts of the early tax incentive. About 62% of the taxes were collected as of June 30th. PADs were up compared to the last couple years, and then the property tax receivable table for information. On the business services and IT side.
Mike, sorry, just
Yep.
on that, is it possible to get information on what percentage of taxes we would have collected prior to the incentive program? It would just be interesting. I don't know if you can answer this right now, but I mean, we're up to 62% of taxes collected with the incentive program, and it seems to be gaining more and more traction every year, looking at kind of where we are. Do you have any idea what the percentage of taxes collected would have been prior to our incentive program? That tough question.
I think just to help out Mike while he's thinking about it, I would think that would only include the monthly PAD amounts. Those would typically be the only tax rolls that would pay early, that we would collect early. There was no other incentive for any other outstanding amount to be paid in advance.
So I guess where I'm going with this is we have this every year come back into our council agendas, and it basically what it's telling our ratepayers from the the council agenda is that we've lost essentially, or we've paid out $360,000 to $433,000 in tax incentives. But we're not very good at saying what the benefit of that tax incentive is. And I'm just wondering if it would be useful at all, if we could get an idea of, what is we talk about this all the time at council, but maybe in one of the quarterly reports, we could get an overview of just how much that tax incentive actually, the value that Mount View County gets out of it, and what percentage we used to collect prior to the incentive coming in. I don't, if it's not useful information, or if it's too difficult to get, then don't bother. But I think it's always a question that we do kind of get, or council asks every time about this time of year of what's the benefit.
Yeah.
Councillor Lutz.
Just before you move on, I was just going to ask you, did you have any farmland that went over to recreational in classification this year?
With that farmland change.
Yeah, so that wasn't being used for agriculture and it was designated into recreation?
Yeah, so it would have been land that would have been used or assessed as non-farmland, where information provided to move back into farmland was given, and that would have seen the increase in the farmland classification.
Can I ask one more question? Yep. Just on the appeals, like I think one is amazing, so good for you. How many files would you have sorted out before it actually went to the appeal process?
I don't have that number offhand. That one appeal was one that was, I guess, more direct to appeal, whereas other ones there was many inquiries fielded throughout the 60-day inquiry period. I don't have that number tracked, but.
And is there kind of a trend on, is it across the board you get appeals from all classes, or is there a class that is more apt to appeal? Like,
Well, I guess I can't speak to the linear dip side, because those appeals go up to the province and they haven't provided that yet. Majority of our appeals would probably be of a residential case, just because that's the majority of the property class. But we have had some non-residential, but residential would be residential, maybe some farmland.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Back to page 422, if we could. You said that there's 4 properties still on the tax sale list. What's your best guess for whether or not we'll actually have a tax sale? I know that in the years that I have been here, there hasn't been a tax sale. Is it likely that there will be this year?
Yeah, there's a property that sounds like it might likely go to a tax sale, but it's hard to say till we get there, because it changes up until that date.
Thank you. All right, carry on, Mike, please.
Okay. Yeah, business services and IT. So they ran a security tabletop exercise, and they'll do a report that kind of highlights the areas of strength and opportunities to gain improvement on cybersecurity. GIS air photo project has progressed and now implemented. And mapping done to support summer programs. IT is also heavily involved in the ERP project. They have indicated a couple items that need additional work from the vendor, including the gravel module and service request module. And some progress has been made to optimize and improve speed to access files since moving to the cloud. On the finance side, overall in finance, things are looking on track as of June 30th. Some items show below target due to timing and billing cycles, including dust control and aggregate levy revenues, where return on investments look to be up over budget. On the expense side, community grants and transfers are tracking 25% over year-to-date budgets, again, due to timing of the grant payments, the urban partners. And looking ahead, working through the finance software replacement, and budget talks are open and underway internally, and presentations will begin September for council. We've included the grant status update chart as well. Scrolling down the consolidated statement of operations for the year end, June 30th. All the project reporting to follow that as of June 30th. And additionally, the 2025 CAO contingency funding as of June 30th, which is on page 428 of the agenda package. So that includes my corporate services quarterly report. Happy to answer any questions I can.
Councillor Nixon.
On page 426, under other government transfers of capital, just give us a summary of what's still outstanding. It's quite a large number.
So, oh, sorry. There's twofold here. So the amount that's outstanding, the revenue that we recognize is based on the activity we do. So because a lot of these grant dollars are tied to the summer programs, we don't start recognizing that revenue until the program starts. So these programs started about May, June. So you're seeing about 1 or 2 months of that work in there. The primary projects are going to be your annual road projects, and they're funded through the LGFF and CC. It is completely evading me right now with the acronym there, but it's the old MSI and federal gas tax. So we fully expect to see the majority of these dollars recognized, and the only time that you would see that not recognized is if there was no expense to offset it, and then those dollars would remain in deferred revenue.
Any other questions? Councillor Lutz.
I cheated and asked Jen before this because I thought it was a dumb question, but just on the revenue side, I asked her about the sale of goods and services because the numbers are quite a bit higher for the goods. So maybe she can give you guys the same answer she gave me.
Yeah, so under sale of goods, we have two revenue types that are really driving that number up. We have the $333,000 that was brought in for the logging, and we've already brought that forward. We're going to move it to reserves at the end of the year. It's caused a big variance overall, and then a little bit of extra revenue there on sale of goods for sales at the airports for fuel. Of course, those are offset with a cost of goods sold, so the net impact is not quite as big as it appears when you look at the revenue. And then under sale of services, the two pieces that have not yet been recognized would be the dust control, which is underway now or near completion, I believe. But we'll see those billings come through in a future period. And then the other piece is the weed inspection billing, which again is billed later on in the year once the work is all complete. So it's just a timing issue on the sale of services, and on the sale of goods, it really comes from those extra revenue pieces of the logging and the airport fuel.
Councillor Nixon.
Just one more question, page 428. Cole Camp Hamlet. Anybody just tell me what work we did there? I don't recall hearing about work being done, but maybe I just forgot.
So the Cole Camp Hamlet project has been a multi-year project. We wrapped it up at the end of last year. I can't give you specifics for the work that was done here, but I believe it was around some engineering and some final closing costs. We do have the FREC grant on that. We were looking to finalize it at the end of the year, so we're going to still make the application and see if we can include the 75% of this $17,000. The worst case scenario is that we would fund it through the CAO contingency, but our hope is that we can still include it in the final grant application, and then we would just be responsible for the 25%. But for now, I've listed it all under contingency just in case.
These flood erosion and control grant projects just go on and on and on and on. All right, is there any other questions? Perfect. Seeing none, we do have a motion on page 421. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council receive the corporate services quarterly report of information and no further action be taken.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. On to 8.4, Ledge Community and Agriculture Services Quarterly Report. Christopher, AKA Jeff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will do my best to highlight a few things and then certainly try and answer some council questions. And any questions I can't answer, we'll take down and respond via email with answers for council. So on the economic development side, we have been busy promoting county businesses, our day use areas, and our regional amenities, and certainly our Shop Local campaign. You may have seen some of the billboards on Highway 2. I know I've noticed those driving to and from the south. Also, some work with the Brood project and collaboration with the regional EDOs and attendance at the RDAR event, which was back in June. I think council's familiar with that one. On the regional airport side, I just wanted to highlight that at the Old Didsbury Airport, we have the conditional sale of 2 lots here where we did a minor reconfiguration of the road. I think council is aware of that. Also at the Sundre Airport, lots 8 and 9 were sold in Q2. And the STIP grant was announced, which council's aware of. We have closed that RFP and we will be moving forward with project award in the near future. We haven't announced it yet, but it should be out in a week or so, I would say. Guessing when Christopher's back next week, that will advance. And moving on to the communications, some good statistics and uptake of our budget publications. So you'll be familiar with the budget book and the budget video that were completed. And the budget video has over 3,700 views. So that's seemed like a very large number when I read it. So seems like that was a good uptake on that, as well as the tax brochure. Focus for the upcoming months, which will be a reoccurring theme for all of legislative services, obviously, will be the election, promotion of the election, and carrying forward with those responsibilities. And also, one of the projects we have on the horizon is working on some service level videos, helping I guess, translate what we do into video and help the public understand some of the various services and where their tax dollars go. Moving on to agriculture. I just wanted to highlight this coming weekend will be Open Farm Days. And on page 433, you will see the list of local farm businesses that are participating in that. The last business that's there has withdrawn, so the malt location is off of the list, but the rest is still current. And we are assisting with some video promotion of the event, general advertising, as well as some porta potty costs resourcing to assist the farms with opening their facilities up to the public.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
So the numbers are down quite a bit. With those working with Open Farm Days, any idea why we don't have as many participants? Like we're missing Shirley's greenhouse, and then we had the fallen timber in years past. So I just thought it was interesting that there was quite a decline.
Yeah, that I may just need to double check that list. I think Chad had sent me an update because one of the names you just mentioned, I remember seeing. Let me just pop that up. Yeah, it was Shirley's greenhouse is on the list as well. And why is there interest up and down? I guess it's dependent on the farm operator's experience from the previous year and whether they saw value in it and want to do it again. Other than that, it's sort of an independent operator decision. We help promote it over the years. I know the Ag Service Board has run bus tours and things to help generate public interest, but that no longer occurs, I think, due to lack of interest, and maybe our Ag Service Board members might be able to add more to that. But you know, we've tried to help promote it over the years, and it's coming up this weekend if you want to check it out. And then carrying on to other general legislative services items on page 434. Just again, we mentioned the municipal election. The voter registration list has been quite a task. That's a new requirement that the province has put on to municipalities through the changes to the Local Authorities Election Act. And again, that with the multitude of changes that Canada Post has been doing with the addresses and just inconsistency in the form of addresses, there's been a lot of work to reconcile that list and match it up with our tax system and our landowner database. So we are optimistic and confident that we will have that ready for the election, but it is a significant amount of work that I thought I should pass on to council. As far as the agriculture side of things, our grass mowing program is progressing well, but we are a little bit delayed due to the weather and rain. So grass mowing is carrying on, and we're trying to catch up where we can. It's not unusual that some years will be further ahead than others. It's weather dependent. And on the fire statistics on page 437, just to highlight that you'll notice again, weather related, the vegetation fires decreased in Q2 compared to Q1. And again, once we started to get more moisture and more green up, we started to see less of those. Otherwise, fire trends are trending on target with historical statistics. And on the peace officer side of things, on page 438, Q2 did see a uptick in the number of offenses and tickets that we issued. So the green bar that says 182 there in the center, that's a little bit up from historic Q2s. So peace officers have been busy. And other than that, I will defer to council if there's any questions.
Council, any questions for Jeff? Councillor Fulton.
So under the patrol statistics, it says total number of violations issued and then total number of hazard timers. What is a hazard timer request? Do you know?
Yeah, I'll have to respond back to you via email. I did ask Christopher about that for the last quarterly report, but I'd have to search back a couple of months in my email to dig that answer up. I believe it's a metric we're required to report to the province, but I can dig that up and send that.
No hurry, it's fine.
It's a relatively new thing that we've started including in the quarterly reports.
Okay. Is there any other questions? No, my question is, okay. If there are no other questions, we have a motion. On page 429, Councillor Nixon.
I move that council receives the Legislative Community and Agricultural Services Quarterly Report as information and that no further action be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. On to 8.5, Planning and Development Services Quarterly Report. Margaretta, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So the report starts on page 440. It includes the second quarterly stats on page 443, followed by the months of April, May, and June, as well as the bylaw report for the second quarter on page 451. I will now go to page 441 just to go through the reporting on the project. So first, under planning, the Sundre Airport Concept Plan, Council proceeded in giving first reading today and scheduling that public hearing for September 10th at 1 p.m. For the Bergen Area Structure Plan review, there was an open house on June the 4th. It was well attended with a question and answer session. There was also a Survey Monkey questions that was available to the public to provide feedback until June 18th. The steering committee then proceeded to meet on July 17th to review all of those comments to help direct their review of the document, and that will continue at their next meeting on August 17th. Under development, I would like to highlight that the county has agreed to co-host with the town of Olds the 2026 Alberta Development Officers Association Conference, for short the ADOA. It is a conference that is held on an annual basis with around 120 development officers throughout the province that attends. It is an opportunity for them to learn on the newest, specialized subjects on enforcement, safety codes, update, as well as local and more recent legal reviews. So the conference is typically scheduled over a 3-day event starting on the Tuesday and goes until the Friday. Again, the ADOA covers most of the cost, but if there are any exceedances, it may be up to $5,000, and that could be covered under the CAO contingency fund. The town of Olds have received provided support for them to sponsor the ADOA conference on their July 14th meeting. Again, this will be the 2026 ADOA conference. Then under permitting, I'd just like to highlight that we had our RFP process for our safety codes permitting for electrical, gas, plumbing, and private septic. We have received 2 proposals that we then reviewed and have awarded the contract to Superior Safety Codes for the next 3 years. They are also the provider of our current services, and there is also the ability in the contract to extend that for a further additional 2 years. As directed by council previously, by motion, we are working on a customer satisfaction survey for the year of 2026 with our contracted services. Again, with our focus on making sure that it is easy for us as administration to administer it and provide that feedback to council and to the contractor. So once we have finalized what that will look like, we will bring it forward to share that with council. I am available if there's any questions.
Sorry, okay. Sorry, Margaret, I was waiting for you to go through some of the charts. Is there any questions? Councillor Nixon?
I actually just have a correction. So the next Bergen ASP meeting is August 21st, not the 17th. The 17th is a Sunday.
Apology.
Councillor Miller?
Just one question, Margareta, and it's more for the next upcoming council. Is there any ASPs scheduled in the next year? Or is that determined by council?
Starting 2026?
Yes.
I think that'll be determined by council, but Margareta?
That will be determined by council, but with the last budget approved with 2025, the next area structure plan that is up for review is the Bearberry, Red Deer River Corridor ASP. So that's the one that's next identified, as well as after that, the ASP Southeast Sundre. So again, that will be determined by council, the new council, if those priorities are to change. We also have a running list for items for our municipal development plan, as well as our land use bylaw, and it would be the intent that a council within their 4-year tenure would review those 2 larger documents as well. So priorities to be determined by our new council.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Johnson?
Thank you for your bylaw report on page 451. Just a question in that regard. I see under enforcement action, one of the common enforcements is a verbal warning. And I'm just wondering, is there a record of verbal warnings so that if there's additional complaints that there's some kind of recorded history that would elevate that beyond a second verbal warning, or how does that process work?
So for each one of the files that are listed in the table here, a complaint has been opened. So there are a record of that information. Again, if there's a verbal warning given and it is shown in yellow, that means that the file has been closed. Again, if we do receive additional and more and new complaints, again, the officer will always have a look at those previous complaints for that particular property.
Councillor Harris?
Just a comment, Margaret, I'm noticing that since we took over dog control from our contractor at Didsbury, some quarters it seems to increase substantially. So I guess my only concern is, are we monitoring workload? Because Kelly's by herself, if that's a situation where that's impacting other files.
Yes, so again, dog control, as you can see here, is a big part of the daily activities. Again, you know, our bylaw enforcement officer is supported by our other bylaw enforcement officers, one to ensure that there is coverage. But again, it is something that we are monitoring in terms of workload.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, we have a motion on page 440. Councillor Harris?
Move the recommendation.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 8.6 CAO Services Quarterly Report. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. If I may, I'll go back to hazard timers. I looked up the answer I got from the previous quarter. So the hazard timers is an internal process where the peace officers are tracking the files they're working on. So it's probably a better indication of their activity level than just the tickets that are issued. So it would include things like property visits, other bylaw infractions they're working on, and assistance they're providing to land use bylaw enforcement where that occurs as well. So that's the answer I can provide today. If there's further questions, then I can certainly take those and do my best to get you a more detailed answer.
Oh, that's satisfactory. It was just a different metrics there, and just wanted to know what.
Yes,
kind
it
of
is
was
relatively new.
Trying to encapsulate.
Okay. So moving on to the CAO report, starting on page 453 is our health and safety report. Things are trending on schedule, I guess we would say. Certainly as we ramp up activities over the summer months, it wouldn't be abnormal to see more near misses and incidents and those types of things reported. But for Q1 and Q2, we are trending slightly below historic averages. A couple of equipment damage incidents you'll see highlighted on page 454 that occurred in the second quarter. I think the report says Q1, but I do believe those were intended to be reported as Q2. That was a light fleet item with the trailer and a gravel loading incident that caused some minor damage to the wooden rails on the box of a gravel trailer. And that's all I was going to highlight on the health and safety report. So I'll move on to the human resources report. You will notice that we have filled the vacant position for health and safety coordinator, and I made that introduction this morning. That was filled mid-July. And also the other note I wanted to highlight, the very last item on this page. One of our assistant foremen from Quad 3 has provided notice that he's going to retire. He's only worked with us for 47 years, so you know, we'll have to take that into consideration when we throw him his farewell party. But certainly just wanted to recognize the significant contributions that our employee has contributed. And once I have his permission to broadcast it more, then I will provide more information publicly as I can.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jeff? Councillor Johnson.
Just a quick question, Jeff, on 455. Thanks, you explained that there's 28 returning and 15 new seasonal employees. And I just wondered, what is our total employee headcount if we incorporate those 43 folks into our headcount?
So we'd have to look back at the budget and the org charts. I think there's roughly 95 FTE, give or take a couple. Don't quote me on the exact number, but it's around 95 FTEs. And then you would add the term positions on top of that.
Excellent, thank you.
So around 140.
Councillor Lutz.
Just wondering if you had any updates on the status of the development compliance officer, where you're fulfilling that FTE or modifying what that position was?
So with that position, we made the decision at the time of resignation that we were not going to advertise and refill it during 2025. We'll reevaluate that as part of the budget deliberations for 2026. A lot of things have changed since we hired that position. You will recall council approved the additional peace officer. So we do have more capacity in our overall peace officer complement versus when we hired the development compliance officer. So Margaret and her team are tracking, requests and service needs, and we'll re-engage in that discussion as part of budget to determine whether that position needs to be refilled or we can reassign those duties through other job descriptions within the department.
Councillor Fulton.
Well, just back to the 454, the performance impact on premium, and it says our rate is 160. Has our rate increased slightly over time? And what would be the best way that we would get our get down to that discounted rate?
So yes, this rate is, it's a rolling 3-year average based on WCB claims. I would prefer to answer the second part of that question in closed session with council.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? No, then we have a motion on page 452. Councillor Miller, please.
I would move the council receive the CAO service quarterly report as information and no further action to be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And then we are on to new business, 9.1, 2025 long patching and guardrail project tenders. Alvin or Jeff?
I will start.
Okay.
So this is just an information item for council on the result of a tendering package that we put out. We did put out the long patching and the 2 guardrail projects that were approved by council as part of the budget. And in addition, we have some additional work that was supplemental to this through our industry monitoring program that will be paid for by industry. We have set it up to ensure that that work is paid for before we authorize it and do the work, so that I guess it's the same contractor, but it's a bit of an arm's length contract where we're helping coordinate to get the work done, but it's being paid for by industry. So what's in council's agenda package today is the 2 guardrail projects and the long patching program, which came in within budget. Just so you know, for the final reconciliation of this, there will be a few small change orders likely to some of the guardrail projects where a couple of additional things were required once they started doing work on site. So the 917 number is not the final number, that it's subject to change based on change orders, but all of the change orders to date are well within budget still.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any questions for Jeff on this one? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. A couple of questions, if I might. At the bottom of page 456, it talks about industry haul route repairs that are going to be facilitated. And the first one on the list is 3,500 meters on Range Road 43. And I just wondered, do we know what piece of Range Road 43? Is that the piece by Garrington Bridge, or is that piece south of Highway 27?
We do not have that answer with us today, but we can certainly identify the specific segment. Is it just that one you're interested in, or do you require all of the segments for the industry repair?
That is the one I was most interested in. Thank you.
We'll get an answer and we'll email that to all of council.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask an additional question? Thank you. So I also see on your map on page 459 that you've identified for long patching a piece of road that appears to me to be on Township Road 332 between Range Road 43 and 44. Yeah, so if I can point it out, right at, sorry. Right there. And I drove that piece of road yesterday, and it has way less traffic on it than Range Road 44, which is running perpendicular. And I just wondered why we would be long patching that piece of road when it appears to be in very good condition. And yet Range Road 44 is very rough.
We will take that down as a question, Councillor Johnson, and include that in the email for additional information.
Thank you so much.
Hey, is there any other questions for Jeff? No? Then we have a motion on page 456. Councillor Lutz.
Move that council accept the 2025 long patching and guardrail projects tender results as information.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.2, Sundre Hospital Legacy Gala. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You will see on page 462, there's some information about the Sundre Hospital Futures Gala, and on 463, an invite to Mountain View County to participate. The RFD outlines some options for council, and historically, council has purchased 2 tables for the event. So I will turn it over to council for discussion.
Thank you. So I'll move the council sponsor the 2025 Sundre Hospital's Legacy Gala by purchasing 2 tables for the event. Discussion, Councillor Johnson.
Well, I'd certainly support that. The Sundre Hospital has Futures Group have worked very hard and have the possibility of a new hospital at the top of the list, I understand, which is very exciting. They continue to do lots of good work, and this is a recommendation is very much supported.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
I believe in the past that we've put out invites to volunteers after councillors have indicated, and I would really support that again. I think it's one of the few places where we can really support volunteers and what they contribute.
And we normally reach out to the Ladies Auxiliary Club because the amount of fundraising they do for the hospital in conjunction with this is incredible. And we always have a really great turnout from the Ladies Auxiliary Club, and they're always very, very thankful. So thank you for that, Councillor Harris. That will definitely be, once we find out how many councillors want to attend, Laura does a great job in reaching out to the community and making sure that we fill the tables. Any other discussion? Councillor Fulton.
I'm supportive of this buying these tickets, but I think we need to really keep in mind when the next budget cycle comes is we need to maybe adjust our budget for these things, or else more discussion around certain items that we've supported. Maybe they are better suited in a different program than through the council budget, because because we seem to always get enough requests that I'd like to be under budget on it, not over budget.
Yep. Agree. All right. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And so it won't matter, actually. I'll have to wait till the next council and get participation from the next council on who would like to attend. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm forgetting where I am. Whoa. All right. So now we will move on to 10 councillor reports. So we'll start with 10.1, notice of motion regarding the Beaver Dam at Fallen Timber Trail, and I will turn that over to Councillor Nixon.
Thank you. So everybody's had a chance to look at what was put into the package. I've received numerous emails from people in the Bergen area and outside of the Bergen area. And the consensus is to not remove the beaver pond at all or affect the dam. I would like to point out that in the pictures that I sent, let me just get the right one here. If you look at the west culvert picture, you can see that the dam is not anywhere near the road, so it's not endangering our infrastructure or any road safety. The original concern was brought up just because that pond is quite deep. And if somebody ever went off the road there, they would be, the feeling was from the resident who brought up the concern was that the vehicle could be in several feet of water, which could cause serious risk to life beyond just your vehicle going off the road. So the thought was to have a guardrail put in. I was informed that we don't have a specific program that would cover that. That would be something that council would have to approve as a project. And I've had suggestions from many other people who wrote in who have different ideas of things that we can do if we don't want to do a guardrail. Anything from putting, timbers in or fencing in or a dam equalizer. And just to make sure that the pond level doesn't rise, but I've actually gone to site. I was the one that took those pictures, and the pond does drain in those giant culverts. It looks like we've actually done quite a bit of work there in the past. So I don't think that any other work needs to happen. If we don't, as a council, want to put in a guardrail or approve a project to put in a guardrail at that spot at this time, what we could maybe look at is having it added to a project sheet for the future budget. just a few, I won't go through them all because I'd be here for half an hour reading everybody's emails, but I would just like to share a couple things. So Bergen has actually formed a water group, and they call themselves the Bergen Voices for Water, and they have sent in a statement that they would like read to council, so I'll do that. The pond in question is a groundwater recharge area and is therefore a positive contributor to the water cycle that Bergen residents depend on for domestic and livestock use. We don't know if reducing the water level in the pond would improve traffic safety or not. However, we do know that reducing the water level will adversely affect the contribution of this groundwater recharge area to the water cycle, as we ask council to include this factor in their decision process. I've also had people, like I have said, people who've suggested a dam equalizer if we feel that the water is going to be a problem for the road, to put up fencing, to put up timbers, to increase sanding in the area if it's slippery in the winter time, and more, potentially more plowing in that area if we can't get a guardrail done or put up. And then they're pretty much mostly the same. So just as the Division 4 counselor, I would like to ask that council consider putting forth a decision to not touch the Beaver Dam in any sort of way, and consider funding a guardrail project for this spot, or one of the other suggested options. Maybe administration can look into the costs of some of those for us, up to and including doing nothing at this time. And then adding the guardrail project to a future project sheet. The dam has been there for many years, and it has been a benefit to the environment and Bergen's ecosystem, although the pictures don't show it as clearly as I would like. During my visit, I was able to confirm that the pond level is not near the road or endangering any of the county's infrastructure, and the pond is not endangering any neighboring lands in any way. On the contrary, it has been a benefit. There is water that flows through the bottom of the culvert, helping to ensure that the pond's level does not climb up to the road. And while I was there taking pictures, I observed several different kinds of birds and ducks using the pond. And I know that there is also deer and other wildlife that use the pond as well. And it's a very important reserve of fresh water for the wildlife and the vegetation in the area, including cow, calf, and cattle operations that also run off that creek and the runoff from the pond. So if anybody has any questions, they can let me know, but that's where I'd like to start.
Okay, so maybe what I'll do, Councillor Nixon, is I will ask you to make your motion. And then council can debate the motion.
So I move that council direct administration to bring forward a cost estimate for guardrails and alternative options to the removal of the dam at Southwest 283155.
Thank you. Okay. Discussion. Councillor Miller.
So what's the feeling of the landowner that it's sitting on?
They do not want it touched.
They don't want it touched?
They like it there and they want it to stay there.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Fulton.
I think first off, we need to get like operations and the ag department out there to really investigate the road and the pond, and to see whether a guardrail is even an option on that road. You can't tell how long it needs to be and all this and that. So it's difficult to support this without the background from operations and ag to say this is what this current situation is, and these could be some mitigating factors to any of it, right? This is like, I don't have enough information here to make this go.
So I think that's the purpose of the notices of motion, is the motion is for council to agree that administration's time is worth investigating this. So that is the notice of motion, is to request that administration go out and do the work now. I think these are important because these can be time consuming for our administration. So it's important that council is in agreement that what Councillor Nixon has brought forward is worth the investigative time to go forward and ask administration to do the work. So I think that's the clarity. Yeah.
Well, I would have worded it different, because you want a cost estimate for guardrails. So that's leading us down the road that guardrails is going to be a solution, right?
And it says or alternative options.
And alternate,
yeah,
not or, and alternate options. So like, I'm not sure I want to probably gonna be a guardrail, but until somebody actually goes out and says this guardrail is the right option, then it's difficult, because then we're kind of saying that we're interested in guardrails, go figure out how much it's gonna cost, right? Without maybe looking at other alternatives, right? So that's my position.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Was there any thing from the county that said we were gonna remove the dam?
So when I had originally inquired about potentially having a guardrail put up there, because it wasn't sure what the process was, it was conveyed that removing the dam was something that Ots would look at, and they thought they could reach it with a backhoe. So that's where that started.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to clarify, it's part of our standard process to protect our infrastructure. If there's a dam that's forcing water up against the road, which potentially could weaken the base of the structure, we take the dam out to protect our road. So I did convey to Councillor Nixon that it was on our work plan to remove that within the next month or so. So if there was a request from council to look at alternative options, that should occur sooner rather than later.
No, I just want a clarification, because the way the motion reads, it suggests that we were going to do that. And of course, in the Bergen area, along with some others, that's gonna raise more red flags than you can count. So, no, thank you.
So Jeff, is the Beaver Dam on county infrastructure then? Is it within our roadway?
It's around the edge of the culvert. I don't, without doing a survey, I don't know where the property lines
Okay.
are. This is a location that has been a hotspot since 2005 and created some issues during the flood of 2005. And so it's a known, this is not a new location that we've had to deal with. And Alvin, I don't know, do you have any knowledge of whether we've modified the dam in this location before? Or I know we did in post 2005, but there may be some other times as well.
I do, Jeff. So we have actually removed that dam already at one point in my time here. And because it was doing much the same thing, the water was coming up against the edge of the road, and it was threatening the infrastructure and the base of the road. So we did remove it, and it was since built back by the Beavers. But they moved it a little further back. And now from what I can see, like Jeff said, without doing a survey, it looks like the biggest portion of it is on the property line, or maybe even on that person's property. But it does curve around and come right back up to the road as well. So in my time here, we've removed it once, and it's since been built back. And
And what year would that have been, Alvin?
that was last summer.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, okay. Councillor Johnson.
So, my understanding, and I wasn't at the meeting, but last fall, Montview County and Lorley Gradich, our staff, participated in a workshop on riparian areas and beavers and so on. And one of the suggestions there was that we install a pond leveler that could be used as a demonstration site. Clearwater County has a pond leveler demonstration site. I've driven past this site recently, and I don't know a whole lot about the engineering of it, but it appears to be a really good place maybe to do this pond leveler demonstration. And so not only would I support Councillor Nixon's recommended motion, but I would also suggest that maybe one of the alternative options that she suggested is that maybe we could look at a pond leveler. What Bergen residents have told me is that that there are 4 ponds in the Bergen area that currently have water in them out of a historic 12. And so even with all the rain that we've had in the West Country, there are lots of places that traditionally have water in that are still dry. And for that reason, I recommend that we would look at a pond leveler here, as well as the possibility of a guardrail.
So I do, oh, Councillor Miller, go ahead.
So if we're gonna look at possible alternatives, would the cost of replacing that culvert also be included if it did get washed out?
So if council approves the motion as written, I will be directing staff to bring back the whole range of options for council consideration, which can be road modifications, culvert modifications, pond levelers, other options that may be available that we haven't discussed here today. So that's part of the notice of motion. And as we mentioned, it can be a time-consuming process, which is why we have this notice of motion process to ensure the direction we're going is endorsed by council.
Okay, I'm just looking on the county map there and it shows there's two very large streams that feed into there and two feeder ones. So that's four large streams that basically in an event of a flood that would feed into it. So it's always a concern.
Well, and I think that's one of the most important things that I get that ponds and beaver dams and those sort of things are extremely important to the community, but we have to remember our job first is road safety, and a guardrail or other options may be appropriate, or they may not be appropriate because of the state of the influx of the water and how much it may pool. So I think it's great to have the information. Then we have an informed decision, because no matter what we do in this area, we're going to get questions and pushback from residents. And so it would be good to have the information to at least show that we have done all the work that we can, realizing that the alternative may simply be removal of the portion of the beaver dam on the county infrastructure just to protect our infrastructure. But I support the motion. This is going to cause a lot of issue, and I would sure like to have good, strong answers and rationale for why we do what we do in these areas, because these areas are only getting more sensitive to the public, and rightly so. I completely understand where that's coming from. So is there any additional discussion on this motion? Councillor Lutz?
Just what's the anticipated timeline for getting information back? Is this going to be post-October or?
We're fairly confident we'd probably be able to bring it in September. I don't want to commit to which meeting, but I think September.
Well, and this also gives us an opportunity to look for additional, we do have the minor road reserve that we've got. This also gives us an opportunity to potentially add another project to that. Maybe if we don't do it relatively like in the next year, but it also gives us an opportunity to continually look for projects that support road safety that are brought forward by residents. I think this is always a great opportunity to look for those as well. So with that, then I will call to question on the motion. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. And then we will go to Councillor reports 10.2, and I will start with Councillor Fulton.
Not a whole lot to report. July 17th was the MPC meeting. On July 25th, we had the meeting with Minister Williams and MLA Sawyer here at the office with Kirsters and Oles in attendance. That's all we've been up to.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
So, lots of beaver dam talk, as well as taking pictures on the rock. We've been on the break, but we did, as Councillor Fulton said, we had the few meetings there before the break. And then, of course, it's just been conversing with residents for different issues, not just beaver dams, but water has been a very big topic in my area. And I think it will continue to be until we've replenished some of our groundwater reserves and people aren't as concerned about the levels that we're currently seeing. So that's been a hot topic that will continue.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I attended Sundre Hospital Futures Family Barbecue and was very delighted to meet some of the new doctors that have come to Sundre and their families. I attended the Municipal Planning Commission meeting, also the Westward Ho Campers Association Annual General Meeting. There's always lots of good questions at that. I attended the AGNO virtual strategic planning session. Certainly that continues to have lots of potential, but needs increasing direction, I think. I attended the Minister Dan Williams and MLA Tara Sawyer meeting here at the county office. I attended a virtual July meeting with the Westward Ho Campers Association. And took one of the folks from Westward Ho Campers Association to organization called Plus One, which is the emergency food bank at the McDougall Chapel. So that's the emergency food bank for the Sundre area. And we had an informal meeting with them that went very well. I attended an informal coffee meeting with some of the Red Deer River Watershed Board in Sundre yesterday. And I would also note, based on notice of motion that I brought forward prior to the break, that Red Deer County did increase its setback in its land use bylaw to 300 meters and increase the dust control in the pit that I spoke about, and also that Rocky View County has approved a new framework for aggregate resource management that provides stronger oversight and clear rules. And I will forward a link from Rocky View County that has more detail about the changes that they have made.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
So it's been a while since I've been back here, but so July 15th at a Aviation Advisory Committee here meeting. Was well attended. We brought up some pretty good topics. Of course, gopher control at our airports is always a big thing. I think we need to see what we can do with that. And then I had a meeting with Minister Williams and our MLA Tara Sawyer here. And then just calls about roads and airports. And that's about it.
Thank you. Councillor Lutz.
I definitely appreciated the break because my daughter got married and it was a really good time to have a break. Right before though, we had a Olds ICC meeting that was quite good. I attended the MPC meeting and that was where a cell tower at Eagle Hill was approved. And we did have conversations about dark sky and that was one of the conditions. So I thought that was a good outcome. And then I just double checked. We had a Bergen area structure plan meeting that I know Councillor Nixon was at, and we started kind of in we reviewed the feedback that was presented, and then started on the actual wording of the documents. So making good progress on that, and that's what I had going on.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, 14th, the Olds MV, Mountain View County ICC that Jen mentioned. On the 17th, I attended with the Reeve at the University of Calgary Veterinary School of Medicine's new facility up in Northwest Calgary to discuss, amongst other things, their cooperation and attendance supporting Aggie Days, and I'll let the Reeve do more about that. I had the distinct pleasure on the 21st in Olds of attending and helping judge the National Hereford Show speaking contest. What an amazing bunch of young people. As young as 12 and 11 years old, and they got up and they talked better than most of our national politicians. Honest to God, it was great. The meeting with Minister Williams and our MLA, and that's it.
Thank you. So Councillor Miller's already talked about the Aviation Advisory Committee meeting, and we did have a few recommendations coming from that Aviation Advisory Committee that will be coming back to council. I'm sure once Christopher comes back, he will put those on a council agenda. As Greg spoke about, Councillor Harris, we had a great opportunity to have lunch at the new university vet campus over by Spy Hill in Calgary. Huge opportunity to meet with Renata Weller and then Rob McCorkle. And Greg helped me out with the other lady that we met, Heather. Terrible. Yes. a great opportunity to thank the university for coming to Aggie Days and try and really build those relationships up. I think there's going to be many more opportunities in future. The vet program is looking at trying to do attraction within the high schools and junior highs, probably I think starting with the junior high level and more of an education program and really trying to enhance or increase the number of rural students that are coming into the veterinarian program. And so we will continue, we hope to work with the University of Calgary and really try and support that initiative. I think it's going to be a great initiative, and I think it really ties in well with what Mountain View County has already worked with the university previously. So great opportunity, and we got a tour of the campus. It is absolutely phenomenal. Wow, it was the fastest 2 hours I've spent touring anything in a long time. It was well worth it. Olds Egg Smart, so I had the opportunity to attend the Partner of the Year celebrations, and the Partner of the Year was Farm Credit Canada. I think this is the second time Farm Credit Canada has become the Partner of the Year for Olds College. So that was quite nice. And then the next day was very honored to be a part of the judging panel for the Future Leaders in Agriculture Camp. This is the first time that AgSmart has actually done this. So they've reached out to high school students between grades 10 and 12. There's an opportunity for 30 spots. Those those young adults come to AgSmart. They stay on campus for the entirety of AgSmart. They participate in all of the discussions. They tour all of the AgSmart opportunities. And then at the end, which was what I got to judge, they take out their learnings and what they're most passionate about, and then they do a 10-minute or 15-minute presentation, and then it's much like 4-H. Then they're judged on on the criteria. It's absolutely amazing. There was 19 students that attended this year, and all of the students had great feedback, and the majority of those that attended said that they had a great interest in attending the Olds College. So that was just, again, as Councillor Harris has said, just always such a pleasure to see these young people in action and yeah, see life through their eyes. It's incredible. What an opportunity. I also attended the AgNo strategic workshop that occurred, and following that, we'll be discussing further with Linda Hunt and Pam Chalik some opportunities for engagement with the minister and trying to figure out how to move AgNo forward. And so just trying to help strategize a little bit with that group as to finding their feet on a more sustainable future moving forward. So exciting to be part of this, and it's not formal, it's kind of an informal, but that will be occurring in the next week or so. Minister Williams meeting, very good. Just a heads up to anyone who was questioning or wondering why it was only Mountain View, Carstairs, and Olds. We were contacted on the Monday from the minister's office requesting that Mountain View County host the meeting on the Friday. We really weren't given alternative dates, so it was kind of Friday or nothing. We took the opportunity. We thought it was better than absolutely not having a meeting. And so Mountain View County was their choice of host. They did say that they had separate meetings set up with the town of Sundre and the town of Didsbury. So we did inquire as to whether or not they wanted to host all of our urban municipalities at one function, but it was their roadshow and it was their deal. Always a good opportunity to meet with the minister anytime we can, and it was great that Tara Sawyer, MLA Sawyer, was able to attend and meet as well. And then just some other things. We had the Greenwood Neighborhood Place AGM and board meeting, and then the Olds ICC. So is there any questions on anyone's reports? No? Then I will ask for a motion to accept all those reports as information. Moved by Councillor Johnson. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And then we have 5 information items. We've got 4 contact newsletters and a letter from MLA Nixon in support of the letter that we sent to the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Forestry and Parks. Sorry, got that wrong. And it's always absolutely wonderful and an honor that you have another MLA and another minister that is supporting your initiative. So I think MLA Nixon, Minister Nixon continues to be a very large supporter of the initiatives that Mountain View County puts forward, and we appreciate that. And thank you to Councillor Harris, who is a champion for these sort of things. And Councillor Harris wrote the letter. I want to make sure that Councillor Harris gets the kudos for writing the letter to the minister. I just put my signature on it.
If I could, I just
Yeah.
want to point out the importance of every opportunity we get to meet with MLAs. And I had the opportunity to discuss it with Minister Nixon at the brief ceremony at the Sundre Airport. And even those little portions of an opportunity to talk to him, advise him ahead of time of the letter coming, it's just so valuable, and it shows when you get this kind of support. So, I mean, every opportunity we get to interact with our MLAs, I think is important.
No, I absolutely agree. And that's why the minister, the meeting with Minister Williams was so important. And I thank all of council for the opportunity to put together those questions prior to sending them to the minister. I think that makes our meetings also a lot more valuable, because it does give the ministers and the MLAs time to kind of understand what your issues are and put effort into their thoughtful replies. Councillor Johnson.
Just a question in regard to the letter. Can you explain, like, as if we don't get the grant, what does that mean to the proposed Bagnell Park project? I'm just trying, there's some dots that I haven't connected yet.
It'll just mean they're doing fundraising as well. So it will just mean additional fundraising outside of getting grants from the province.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion. Did I already take a motion to accept that from information? No. Moved by Councillor Fulton? Or for correspondence, thank you. Any further discussion?
Just a question for Jeff, if I might. On page 479, it talks about two other grants, something called an ecosystem services grant and a private land conservation program grant. And I wondered if either of those grants might apply to the Westward Ho Bank stabilization, that maybe we would do a bit of homework in that regard. So that's just a question for Jeff.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with the criteria of those grants, but at the direction of council, we can certainly look into it. There's probably, I think those are hyperlinks, so you can click on them within the contact newsletter and it will bring up more information.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question on Councillor Fulton's motion. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay, and I believe, Jeff, that takes us to the end of our open session. So could I get a motion to go in closed session, please? Moved by Councillor Lutz. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Council has now moved into closed session, which will end the public broadcast. Any motions made following the in-camera session will be captured within council's meeting minutes, which can be found on the county's website within the next few days. Thank you for tuning in.